people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could be a little bipolar.
Hold on. Why did you tell him that he was bipolar? What did he do to deserve that?
Because he was just going like, "Whoa, guys, I'm here, and I'm Gary Faust, and I'm crazy."
That's an actual guy's name who you just said just then.
Yeah.
You actually threw in the guy's name. I get the feeling even he wasn't crazy enough to say his own name, but you just exaggerated that yourself to really just get your own fucking final dagger in, huh? You insult him at his own party, and then you go to your hit podcast the next fucking week and make fun of him publicly. Look at you.
I think he likes that.
Yeah, he likes torture. He definitely does. If you know.
All right. Well,
Little
Hans,
spoon.
always an unbelievable performance. Always so much fun to catch up with you. Is there anything else we're missing out on?
It's an honor to be here with Ryan J. Ebelt.
Yeah,
as a
Ryan
fan of
J.
the
This
show.
is your.
yeah.
This is your first time, I do believe, seeing Hans live, Ryan J. What do you think about this young man? You really just put it into words for us.
I guess he's a keeper.
There you go. Ryan J.
Is there something like drawing? You draw him every week.
Oh. I love Tony's like, okay. He's stepping on what I'm trying to say. Let him.
The police came in. They were trying to figure out what's going on. They confiscated his passport for 2 years, and I think he's waiting to get it back. I think something like that has happened. I think he is literally unable to travel.
I actually was looking at my ID recently,
He's
and
got
I
a
realized
bracelet on.
I have long hair in my ID photo. So there's one photo that exists of me with long hair. It exists. It's just on my ID.
Oh God.
But yeah, I can travel. I'm excited. Whenever you guys eventually come here.
You can travel, but not till November.
Leaving the country is a different matter. If it was a Canadian thing, we'd gladly
What
do.
is this heck file?
What did you just send, Gavin?
I've just realized these are like high efficiency photos. I'm not sure I can even do my slideshow.
Wait. So you're saying that the thing that you've teased for weeks is tied to a thing we cannot
Why
see?
aren't these JPEGs? Oh man. Oh boy.
Do you want me to click this? Do you want me to?
I clicked it. Didn't do a fucking thing.
I clicked it as well.
File I can't open in my inbox.
I'm
Do you have my banking
downloading-
information now?
Downloading this file.
Let me see if I can save a freaking.
It's just a screenshot.
Oh, I
of
got it
Gavin
to
having
work.
more
I
kills
got it
than
to
me.
work. Okay. It's a picture of your phone.
Nope.
Yeah, it's a picture of your phone. Meg is in the middle. It's
Of the
watch. I
phone?
guess it's about 8 or your watch, whatever. 8:49. But it says
Okay.
14:30.
So you can see him.
I see that one image, but I had to download it and then look at it through preview on my Mac. I'll do it that way. I don't care.
Am I frozen?
No.
Okay, my screen froze.
I am trying to view this file on a PC, and it takes me to the Microsoft Store, and it wants me to pay $1 to download the thing so I can view the extension, and I will outright refuse.
It's not.
Okay.
This. I got to be honest with you. This picture of Gavin's hairy arm is not worth $1.
No. So I see a watch. Tech rehearsal.
Yeah.
14:30.
Okay, you'll have to
36
translate the
degrees.
pictures for the other stuff. All right.
Okay. It's 36 degrees, 59% on your battery.
You want me to tell my shitty story?
I'd love to hear this story.
I didn't mean to hype this up. I was debating whether to tell this. I've never told anyone the story. I didn't even tell Meg until last week, and she was like, "How have you never told me the story?" And I'll be honest, I've just been mildly traumatized by it. I wasn't sure if it was funny. It might not be funny. All right. This might be loud. What is wrong
It
with you?
can't be worse than lactating women. You got this. It's fine. I set the bar real low last week.
Okay, so we're in Melbourne, right? We're doing the AH Live tour. Jeff, you were there.
Okay.
We got to Melbourne. I think it was the day of the tour. Of
What year is
The
it?
actual date. 2019.
Okay. 2019.
January 2019. So it's winter for us, but we were in Australia, so it's hot as balls. As you can see by my watch there, 36 degrees Celsius, going to be about 42. I think it ended up being like 43, 44 degrees Celsius, which is like, I don't know, 112 or something? I don't know, Fahrenheit. It was hot as hell.
It definitely was. I remember.
Yeah, and also on my watch you can see I've got tech rehearsal at 2:30. That's all I got to do that day. Woke up early, went for a stroll. We were in an area of Melbourne, I think, called St Kilda, if I remember correctly. Went for a little walk to a little park nearby the hotel, just sort of strolling around. I found a pier. So I thought, walk down this pier, look out into the ocean, and I saw that the water was amazingly still, and I was like, this surely can't be the ocean then. And then I looked on the maps, and I realized it's not the ocean. It's just like a big, what do you call that? Like an inlet, like a big bay by Melbourne. So it was like perfectly still water. And I thought, I've never seen a body of water this big that looked so still. So then I thought, my thing's too powerful. Hold on, are we gonna move to Slack? Might have to move to Slack.
I love watching you struggle with tech stuff. It might be my favorite because you're such a mincy little prick about it usually. When everybody else's stuff goes wrong.
Oh, it's 136 meg. Oh.
And thank you, fellas.
happening?
Just one.
Hey!
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sending a video of me filming the very still water. But as I was filming it, the wind picked up. And oh, Jack's here. Oh, is he listening?
What is happening? Tell your story. What is going on?
Where do I see this
He goes,
video?
It's in Slack.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, as you can see, the second I started filming the stillness of the water,
It's
the
not
wind
still.
picked up and sort of destroyed the illusion of the still water. So now it's the wind blowing everywhere. I'm like, oh man, what's the timing of that? Here's my next video.
Is this the end of the story? That
Nope.
they got windy? Okay.
So now I'm like blown away by how sudden. Eric said this. I'm blown away at how suddenly windy this is. Immediately, like my AirPod blew out of my ear. I'm chasing it down the pier. I did this little video of my own face to.
Okay.
None of the videos will play for me. It's just the still of the beginning and the audio.
You got it. It's just Gavin.
You're missing nothing. I'm dead to Andrew. I'm serious when I'm saying that what you're seeing in like the first frame is just what the videos are. But
Gavin is making a case for the elimination of all visual aids going forward.
I'm setting the goddamn scene, right? All right. So it's too windy now. The water's ruined. It's not still anymore. My AirPods are blowing out of my face. I'm just like, oh god, it's hot. It's like hot wind. It's not nice. I'm thinking, I'm gonna leave the pier now. So I'm right at the end of the pier. I'm starting to walk all the way back, and the wind is just fiercely blowing against me to the point where it's like I'm walking against a wall. And the St. Kilda pier has this interesting like curb thing going up it. Right? You see that on the picture?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's like some sort of water break or I don't know what it's for.
Okay, in the map picture,
We're in
go
the
back there. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'll put it in the Discord. There we go. Blam. Nope.
It's
Wait,
in the Slack.
I gotta go back to the Slack. Okay. Yes, I see the pier. Okay.
Yeah, you have to alt tab.
I feel like I'm part of a choose your own adventure.
So I'm just, like a child. So I'm walking back up the pier and I'm like jumping up on the curb and like hopping back down. But sometimes the wind is so strong I can't like step up onto the curb. So I'm like stepping against the wind. I'm trying to step up one step and I'm getting blown back like 5 steps. I've never really felt wind like it all of a sudden. There was one other person on the pier. There's this sort of probably like 50-year-old dude walking the other way, walking opposite. And I can see him coming in the distance. And I'm trying to step back up on this curb. I get blown backwards. But the wind is hitting him in the back. And suddenly this massive gust slams me backwards like 10 steps, and it honestly looked like it lifted him up in the air. It was like when Wee Man opened the parachute in front of that fan. He went flying. He went sailing towards me as I'm going sailing back, and completely ate shit over this weird curb to the point where he ended up slumped over it. Like his legs were on the wide side and his head was on like the narrow side. And I was like, oh Jesus! And I'm trying to run towards him, but the wind's just pushing it back. And I was like, Joe, you alright? And he stood up. And I guess his arm had caught that metal bit.
Oh,
and
no.
as he stood up, from like the inside of his elbow to like halfway up his bicep was just gaping open. And I was like, oh my God! Oh Jesus! And I was like, do you want me to call you an ambulance? And he was like, no. And he's like saying absolutely not. And I was like, no, dude, hold that close. It's like there's so much blood, and I can see into your arm. And he was like, no, don't need an ambulance. And I'm like picking up my phone to call an ambulance. At this point, I realized no idea what the emergency number is in Australia. Later found out it was 000, but that's good to know now. So I didn't know that, so I started holding down the power button on the phone, because that also lets you call emergency. And at that point, my phone was going like, whoop, whoop, as in to be like, you're about to call emergency. He heard that, he's like, don't do it. And I was like, but you need like 20 stitches, man. And he's like, I'll go on my own. And we start walking back down the pier. I'm behind him, and he's like struggling to hold his arm shut to the point where he stops. And I'm like, do you need me to like? Do you want me to take my shirt off? And like,
How'd you see me?
Like,
What?
And at that point, while he was facing me back down the pier, and I'm facing up the pier, the wind kicks up again, and it blew what felt like half a pint of his blood all over me. What? In my face, in my mouth, in my eyes, I'm suddenly
Covered
I
in
watched,
blood.
like a flow of blood come out of his arm and just take to the wind, splattered out like a big web, and absolutely went all over me. And at this point, I'm just like, oh! And I'm like, no, we gotta go, turn around, go. And I'm like, oh. I'm trying to do it without swallowing. Like, we get to the end of the pier, and he's like, I'm good from here. And I'm like, you're not! Hold on! And I'm trying to, like, clean his blood out of my eyes and mouth. And in the distance, like, back through the park I walked through, I remembered I saw a water fountain. So I sprinted over to it, leant over it. I'm like, I need to wash out my eyes and mouth, and I'm still trying not to swallow his blood. So I'm hunched over the water fountain, the drinking fountain, holding down the button, but the freaking wind is blowing all the water away from my mouth. It's like blowing all around. I'm just like, I can't get any in my mouth. I'm like leant over, I'm like, and I can't, it's like completely dry, and the water's flicking going all over the place. So I'm like shimmying around in a circle trying to block the wind, looking like an insane person, trying to wash out my eyes and mouth and face. And then I ran back to the end of the pier because I wanted to see what happened to this guy. And I can't find him, but I can find the blood trail. So now So now I'm following these drips of blood. And it went to this little car park. So I assume he got in a car, or like someone was waiting for him in a car or something, because he immediately left and there was no more blood. And I spent 15-20 minutes looking around to see if I could see him, or like see if he'd passed out in a bush or something, or see any more blood. Couldn't find him. And then I sort of, this is where all the pictures have ended, by the way. I'm no longer providing visual aids. And I sort of 1,000 yards stared my way back to the hotel. And then as I was walking up to the hotel, I was like, oh, I'm covered in blood. I'm covered in what might be a dead guy's blood. All from head to toe. And I just powered in the front door of the hotel, right past the desk, straight into the lift, took my shirt off, was like scrubbing all the blood off in the bath. I took a shower, and I ended up just crying in the shower in a hotel in Melbourne. And I ended up just so traumatized by it. I was like, I can't believe that happened. And I didn't really do a good job. Like, I didn't really even help him. I hope he's alright. And I never told anyone that story that whole day. I just couldn't bring myself to like bring my mind back to that place. Oh, because I kept seeing like all the intense visuals of his open flesh. I'm not very good with blood. And then we did like the whole show. This was like the end of the show that night, where we'd been doing we'd been chugging beer and running around playing Mario Kart. And at some point, I just ended up lying on the floor of the stage, just reflecting on the day as a whole.
Why don't I have a shirt on in this fucking photo?
I don't know. It's very similar to now.
Yeah.
So that was that's my Australia story. That was Melbourne.
I feel like you encountered Anton Chigurh on a fucking pier. Like, that's the only, like, the unwillingness to get help when his arm is clearly, like, fucked.
Dude,
just
the guy was aggressively having none of my help.
He was probably a criminal, and he didn't want the cops to come. They didn't want the ambulance to come. They'd have to run it. Yeah, he's probably, like, it could have been,
Was
like...
that guy invisible, too?
Yeah, Anton Chigurh, like, just some, like, New York mafia guy who's hiding out in Australia. Like, no police, no cops, no cops.
I was like zoning in and out for the rest of that Australia trip. Just like, oh god, I can't believe what happened the other day. And it wasn't even that bad. Like, it's not like I watched someone get hit by a car or something that would be much more worse. It was just the speed that he went from just strolling down the pier to severely injured from nowhere, it like resonated weird with me. I felt so icky after that. I was like, oh. And then I was also worried that I, had some sort of foreign bloodborne illness in my eyes and mouth. So there was that fear as well. I was like, do I go to a doctor now? Like, do I tell people about this? I just didn't know what to do. So I ended up flying home with a bloody t-shirt.
You saved the T-shirt?
Yeah,
Throw the
and I don't know if
t-shirt
you
out.
can tell from the windy video I posted earlier. Nice white t-shirt that was. Really showed all the blood real good.
David, I'm gonna show you the perspective I got from your windy video. This is what I saw. Just that and wind blowing. This
You didn't see the
this was the other perspective I got. It was just this image with the audio of wind blowing. That was all the visual aid that I got. But I guess I do see the shirt. That is a very white shirt.
It's a very white shirt, and as you can see from the picture of me on stage, I changed my shirt.
You still have the shirt that's covered in blood?
I think I've mainly washed out. I think it
Okay.
washed out because I don't remember it.
That'd be wild.
Honestly, my brain has never seen this as a
What's
funny
on?
event. It's
No.
just tried to like repress it as much as possible. So that's why I don't know why it stopped taking photos. Like I should have just. It's very un-me-like to not document what happened afterwards. But
Well, you were traumatized. I mean,
Yeah.
you were
I couldn't believe it.
experiencing trauma in the moment. That isn't in. You're right. It's not funny at all. It's like when I told the story about finding the old lady who had been down in the woods by my house. It's like there's nothing funny about it. It's just a bizarre circumstance, and that's one of the craziest stories I have ever heard in my life. And I can't believe when you teased it the other day, you said you were afraid it might be a C story.
well, it's just not very funny. It's like funny because it's not
It doesn't
funny.
have to be funny. It's insane.
I told Meg, and she could not believe I never told her.
God damn it.
And I was like, do you think it'd be good for face? And she's like, oh, you gotta tell that on there.
Yeah. That also goes to show you how fucking precarious and fragile life is. Like,
Yeah.
a gust of wind took that guy out.
It was, I mean, in fairness, it was a mass. It was probably the biggest wind I've ever felt. And I've lived with you for 10 years.
Dude, that's a fucking. I don't know how you've held on to that story since 2019.
Yeah, that you haven't. I would be convinced that I was going to be a 28 days later zombie immediately.
Yeah.
As soon as I got covered in blood, everybody would know. I'd be screaming. I would not handle that well.
No kidding. I would have been like, "Don't touch me! I have AIDS. I have AIDS now. I have every disease. I have all the HEPs. I have Hep A through Z. Just stay away from me. Quarantine me."
And the thing about like, I wouldn't count it as like real trauma. It was like slightly traumatizing as an event. It's not like I had PTSD from this event. But it is interesting when you have those events and you think about it from very strange angles. Like a week earlier, that guy was just walking about, not knowing that a week from now, someone from America would come to Australia and end up with his blood in his mouth.
Well, a week earlier. How about 8 minutes earlier?
That guy's relationship with the wind has forever changed. Every single breeze. It's like this motherfucker. Yeah, so he's like a wind chime as a warning device. Everybody
Oh.
get down.
I kept my eye closely on the local velvet next week.
Well, it also just goes to show you, like, Australians are insane. In, like, in the coolest ways. Like, they just don't give a fuck. That guy's like, I'll wrap it up. He probably wrapped duct tape on it when about it done.
Yeah, and they have. I assume they have a free healthcare like.
Some form of healthcare. There are
Yeah.
stitches and antibiotics in Australia, for sure.
Well, I know that people here don't like to call an ambulance because it costs them money.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that's the thing there. I don't think you pay for an ambulance.
Trying to get across this without hitting the plank, like everything. That is an insane event to happen.
How about the fact that like 3 hours later you and I were hanging out together and you didn't even cross? Like, I had no idea. I think that was the show because it was Melbourne. I think that was maybe the show where we filmed that Instagram video of us all singing Wrecking Ball or whatever, like the entire group, and we were all dancing around together. 2 hours later, you were bathing in somebody else's blood.
It's the imagery of what you're thinking every time you hear wrecked me. Just like I saw a guy get fucking destroyed her.
There's something just so funny about coming back to a hotel room covered in sweat and blood before 9 a.m. It was so early that day.
That's got to be one of the worst ways to walk into a hotel lobby, because you definitely feel like you're like Jason Bourne in the Bourne Identity. You know, like they're just gonna be like, yeah, no problem, sir. Calling Interpol right now.
You said 9 a.m. is one of the worst times. What is a good time? I don't feel like there's a great time to walk into a hotel covered in sweat and blood.
It's just not. You just can't sit down with a beer after that. It's too early, you know.
Yeah.
I see
It's
what
like
you're
it's
saying.
just
Like
too
the
breakfasty.
decompression of it. Sure.
Yeah. and then a long time between that and the tech rehearsal. That's it.
Well, Gav, thanks for telling that story. That's hands down one of the best stories in the history of Face, for sure.
One for regulation animation. One.
I am. Oh God. Oh my God. And by the way, I'm so sorry. That's what a terrible thing to go through.
That's horrible.
Thankfully, you know, you look back on it fondly. I just hope he didn't die. I'm pretty sure he didn't. And if he didn't, it's a crazy story.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of you and I on the ferry in Australia, going from Sydney over to, I don't know, what's that beach that we always would go over to?
Manly Beach?
Not Manly Beach, yeah. Taking the ferry over to Manly Beach, and we're at the front of that thing, and you and I go to drink our water, and the wind picks up, and it shoots the water all over those two girls in front of us, and it was like,
we couldn't take a sip.
They got 80% of our water instantly, all through our mouths and into their heads and their hair, and they were horrified. It was like that,
So
but with blood.
Yeah. Oh.
Jesus.
Andrew, what was the thing that you were going to do that might have pissed off Jeff?
I can't say because I'm gonna do it one day. But it's just,
Okay.
now is not the greatest time to do it.
And we decided we're sticking with season 4 through episode 100.
Yeah, I think season 4 barely started.
I think season 4 was
we've been here
strong.
for a bit. Yeah, it's been a good season.
Season 4's been good so far. Yeah, it's definitely been one of my favorite seasons. Yeah, I agree with Eric. Let's keep it rolling.
Eric, you never figured out what year episode 1000 comes out.
It would be, so we're roughly at the 2-year mark. We started in June of 2020. And this will be coming out. The day that you listen to this is April 27th. So roughly 2 years per 100 episodes. So for
Another
every-
18?
Yeah, so you'd say roughly around that. So we just have to. Jeff, you gonna keep it going for that long? I just mean like health-wise, you got like enough teeth that you can root canal for like 18 more years of this or whatever.
Oh, sorry, I'll be honest. I zoned out for a minute. 18
Cool, man.
years?
Right
yeah,
on.
I
Thank
can
you
do it.
so much. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
yeah.
worries.
Right on. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, 18 years? Yeah, I can go 18 years.
Fool.
Here's what we should do. Even if we don't do this podcast for the next 18 years, say it stops at like 200.
What the
Come
fuck?
back 18 years from now and just do episode 1000.
Oh.
Even if there hasn't been episode 200 through 1000.
Dude, I'm gonna be very disappointed if we stop at 200. I feel like we're building momentum every day, and all the supplemental content starting to come out. We're starting to film more, do more. We got MVP 2 ahead of us. I imagine what movies we'll be watching together by episode 1000.
Shit. We should schedule MVP 2.
Yeah, we should, big time.
Fuck.
Would that be more apples to eat? I think we should do like if we can get it. I think we should do a Bovril taste test like we did with the apple,
absolutely.
with the Cosmic Crisp taste test.
If Andrew doesn't keep rejecting my shipment, maybe he'll be able to try it.
I'll check. I'll go to the mailroom as soon as we're done recording.
I did see somebody mention that it does exist in Canada. Somebody was like, I'm Canadian and I have it all the time.
Yeah, I guess they banned it. They banned it with Marmite and like some other thing because it didn't fit food standards in like 2015.
I'm sure it does.
And then they had to like change the recipe, or they like, you can buy it now, but there was a time in which it was banned in Canada. So I'm excited to try it.
Canada hates shit. No doorknobs, no Bovril.
This is fun.
I'm excited for you to try it.
I'm excited to try it. I can't wait.
Maybe
to
next episode.
And definitely next episode, as long as it's.
Well, Gavin, thanks for sharing an absolute 100 of a story on episode 100, and I hope my tattoo bit played well with you guys.
Oh, so good.
I have never, in all the 6,000 tattoos I have, I've never recorded myself or tried to perform while getting one. It's not, yeah, it wasn't great. Ribs are, don't get a tattoo on your ribs. Just don't. I'll just say that right now.
You keep doing it, then.
I really, well, I'm running out of ribs. Andrew, I really appreciate you not unleashing whatever banana-related fury or porta potty attack or whatever it was on me. Look forward to that in the near future. And then by that token, if you would like to contribute anything to 100, now.
I feel like I've contributed so many. That was mean, Jeff. So that was caught off guard. You know what? I could gladly contribute to 100 right now. Let's do the thing. I could just pull the trigger on the thing. I was trying to be nice, Jeff. I was trying to be a nice guy. Let's go. Let's pull the trigger on this thing.
Oh man! Thanks so much for tuning in.
I'll pull the trigger
and listening to episode 100 of all 100 episodes of Space. I'm assuming. And
fuck's he gonna spawn
next
at?
week. Y'all take care. Like and review. What'd you say?
Wait.
Eric does something. Oh, whatever.
By this time,
By the time
Gavin,
this is out, Gavin will have done the RT podcast in 64 pieces of clothes.
Oh, great. That's exciting.
Oh yeah, how's that going, Gav?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Am I doing the Donkey Kong tie? Are we putting that on as well?
You don't need to. If you want, you can. You can use it if you want. Just a
Counts as a piece
headpiece.
of clothing.
I like that
Yeah.
I've worked at this company for 2 years, and then like twice in the same week, I'm being forced to wear 2 different red ties. Because I just did a Hitman video where I wore one.
That preview of you 15 years from now in the bald cap was really funny.
15, 5 maybe.
In all seriousness, is there anything else we need to cover before we?
No, I think we should do the outro.
Okay.
That was it.
Well, shit. That was 100 episodes. Time flew. That's crazy.
Can actually, I do have a question.
What the fuck? Why? This
Well, it's-
sucks.
No, it's just it'll be quick. Is a football a ball? This is the thing I was trying to figure out.
In what way could it not? In what way could it possibly not be a ball?
Well, okay,
Hold
so
on,
let me give you a
hold
more
on,
specific.
hold on.
Because it's like I didn't know if it was a thing. You know how like a strawberry, it says berry in the name, but it's not a berry. I was wondering because this thing. Do you ever throw a Nerf vortex, Gavin?
Yeah, the little whistly thing.
Yeah, like it's one of my favorite. I was thinking about like what are the greatest balls of all time, and I think the Nerf vortex might be #1, but I didn't know if it would be considered a ball or not. Is that a ball? It's a football.
More of a foam dart.
You think it's a foam dart, and not a
I'd say
football?
It's pretty darty considering the flights on the back.
But the movement, like the throw, it's a football product.
Huh.
Which then made me wonder: is a football in itself an actual ball, or does it not fall in the ball category despite the name football?
I mean, it's got the name ball in the ball.
But
is in
so
the
does
name.
strawberry.
But according to Wikipedia, which is never wrong, a football is a ball inflated with air used to play one of the various sports known as football. So apparently, it is, yes, a ball.
Okay. Well, then I would go with the Nerf Vortex as the greatest ball overall.
What was the best thing on Quibi?
I only watched a show. It was this horror.
Oh, yeah.
What was the best thing on Quibi?
with what was the fucking I never saw the Amazing Spider-Man. He played the Green Goblin in the Amazing Spider-Man. What was his name? You know who I'm talking about? I think his name. He played Andrew in the movie Chronicle as well. I don't know his name. He was in it, and I believe the female lead was the woman that was in The Guest and It Follows. I don't know her name either. It's
The
only thing
woman
I watched.
from It. Oh, what is her?
She was like in a bunch of really good indie movies at the time, and I don't feel like I've seen her in
Yeah.
anything in years, which is surprising. She's great. She's great in It Follows. She's great in The Guest.
According to the dictionary, the definition of a ball is a solid or hollow, spherical or.
Your next witness?
Yeah, I'm fixing to relax. I'm fixing to relax. I'm fixing
Elimination.
Hey Felix, did you see Jack May NBC News?
Right, thank you, Ron. Will you please state your name? Yes, it's Amber Lord. And what is your address? I live in Yucca Valley, California. And how old are you? I am 36. I just celebrated. Okay. And do you have a daughter? I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's born. And what is your profession? I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now,
Maximum fire
why are you here?
1.
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
Whoa. Oh. 85 ping.
I struggle to have the words.
Oh.
I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is.
Okay, this acting is L. This is L.
This is horrible.
Please stop.
I struggle to
For me
find the
to sit here.
words. It's hard for me to sit here. So much emotion. You seem so hurt.
Hear people that I knew, some well, some
You don't know if you watch that? This is called Ulti and Spawn.
some I shared a life.
That's how we call it.
Speak about our lives in the way that they have. This has been this is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Wow.
Now, there was
Wait a minute.
trial in the UK in July of 2020 where had
Oh,
sued the
this gets
Sun
pretty good.
newspaper and Dan Wooten.
Doesn't make
Do you
sense.
recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness. I suppose the primary witness since the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to wait. I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Chad,
Thank
you
you.
guys see the strat? See the strat?
I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background.
Her
Tell us
hair
where
is
you
like
grew
this.
up.
You can see her face on the side of the jury.
In Austin, Texas. A small
notice
town
that?
outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No
Hair on face, hair fully clear. Here's the jury's over here.
Raised by my mother and my father.
Oh, I shot in the back.
And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a little sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Hurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart, so right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
Oh my god.
My father broke horses and construction.
No.
and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection leading.
Just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a.
Objections are a little bit petty. They're not.
Oh, I traded
It's a
him.
wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden, and
Just put the heating
there
on?
are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had, so it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
To hold on.
Well,
Oh,
with
fuck
training
you.
Horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little
That's
bit
their
about
argument.
your education.
That's their
and
argument.
growing up
In the face of danger, she's tough and calm, so that's why she beat her husband.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was
Interesting.
really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to. I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to
Of what? In what?
get out of school as fast as I could, and I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
That's not
So
even the
what
question.
types of things? So where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town, and I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home. And it was important to me is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people.
Just looking at her lawyer.
Children's museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers.
Only single
and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. Deaf kids for a while.
Definitely employed.
Yeah, I love it.
For the job.
And when you worked with deaf kids,
Oh,
what,
okay,
if
dude.
anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading.
Holy
and
caparoni.
And relevance.
Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited. I translate a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early. Later on, but I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the, random 12-year-old out of their classes. So I remarkably was able to audit.
Much work for charity, but whenever she got older, she gets 7 mil. She came into the
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
So noble.
I used.
Such good values.
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said she heard about
You didn't
me
hit
from
one shot.
another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. No job was too small or, for me, so I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and
Don't take my kill.
I'd love to meet you in LA, ever out.
Holy, she got double buckets.
When can I come? And
My
she
kill.
made an appointment with me for the following
What?
week, and I used all
She's
but
got double
$180
levels.
or something to get out there. I was 17. And
Miss.
I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive, so I took the bus around LA before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag
Give me a
and a
break.
change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about
And he kills himself.
10
took the
auditions
bus.
sometimes a day, and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of the bus I was taking, and I just hustled from one audition to the other, and I got a bit part
Give
on
me a
one thing, and I got a
break.
bit part on another, and
Oh, he pushed.
eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger, and it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. I guess.
So ask you to go
Jesus
from
Christ.
2002
They're
to
everywhere.
2009. If
Fucking
you could just
cockroaches.
describe
Cockroaches.
a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated they didn't. You have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr.
Just
Depp.
let the
So
buses smell
perhaps
bad.
just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and
That's it.
movies that were well known.
That's it.
My first one was Friday Night Lights, but again, I had small roles in those bigger films, and then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films.
Zombieland, she was a zombie.
I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those initial, the first initial 10 years or so. It's just going from a slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role, and just working my butt off.
I'm going to take you up to 2000.
You almost let me trade with you, you fool.
Auditioned for The Rum Diary.
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say, and I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director, and then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books, and music, poetry. We like a lot of the same. We liked a lot of the same stuff. You know, obscure writers and interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic, and I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me, and we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was
No.
I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't
Right.
I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous.
Fuck!
So it was already a weird thing.
I should have went down. Why didn't he go down? I could have just went down. You're kidding,
no-name
right?
actor. I was 22, I think, and I thought it was unusual.
That's super kappa.
It was weird because he's twice my age, and he's this world famous actor, and here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues, and I thought it was remarkable. I just hadn't really, I thought it was unusual and remarkable.
Cool.
I left there just feeling like, wow.
So, did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in The Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings. I pick it up, and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got the, you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid."
And
amazed.
Please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend, and what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream, and so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
If you see something.
So, did there come a time that you started filming?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you
Why did they act like they don't know?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
Fucking idiot. That was fortunate.
Multiverse will change you forever.
We will see what kind of Doctor Strange you are.
Doctor Strange, rated PG-13, seen in premium large formats in IMAX, in theaters tomorrow.
Interaction on set until did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't use your tongue if you can't, if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. And he grabbed my face and pulled me into it, really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Florida?
I did. I celebrated my third birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
What a rat.
Well, we were already kind of talking
bro,
about
you're a
books
rat.
and poetry and
Come here.
things like that.
Fucking loser.
Poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We would often talking about films, and we would continue the conversation with the trailer. Often the director, Bruce.
How much ammo does that fucking gun have?
And then at one point, we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about...
Oh, trust me, we know about this.
A kind of wine that I enjoyed, and I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about and I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down, and at some point I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
Because I was doing a scene. It was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I didn't feel... I didn't know what to make of it at the time, and I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully, and he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful,
it's weird,
flirtatious, and he said yum, and he kind of lifted up his eyebrows like that, and I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
Interesting.
I was.
And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
And did anything else of significance happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
Double championship.
We just had this, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in different ways. But at the same time, that's,
see something.
we were both in relationships, and it was a job, and, intimidating, and I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and just a little nervous about that. And I also listened to relationship, so we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
So approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best.
All right, and when you left Puerto Rico in the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communication, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on Monday, and I was driving. He invited me over to his home in California, Beverly Hills, and I was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number, so it was quite unexpected.
Let me refresh.
He called me a second time, but
There you go.
I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of said that we could get Bruce, who's the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly
Invisible
not about
loser.
the movie. You know what I mean? It was. So I said, I said my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled. Didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note that said "Happy Wrapping," and made a reference to the dress being wrapped. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery.
Definitely employed.
I was informed
noticed
about one delivery.
The bottom of the map moves a lot, the top not a
My
lot.
partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Send it back." And she did, and she indicated that at the time there was another one that had already previously been delivered and was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for The Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to two and a half years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe
Fucking loser.
You take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities, like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to promote the film. You go from place to place talking about the film.
And so you were called to participate in the press tour for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, "Remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour." And I said, "Well, perfect timing."
Would you like me to
and
alert
we did that, I
authorities?
think late October 2011.
So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr.
timing.
Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the first stop, the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day, and then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. As soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, you know, going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, you know, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, same with me. You know, it's been. I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from his mother and his kids, and said that he understood.
And then what happened next?
Then we
You
drank
had sex.
red wine and continued to talk, and
Just say you had
the
sex.
talking became us, reconnect. You know, it was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and you know, it felt like there was. It felt like there was electricity to the room, and it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he
Grabbed me.
both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. You know, we were flying from one, not together, but you know, going from one city to the next, Europe.
She's
New
giving
York,
the jury a
Los
fucking
Angeles,
performance
as I
right
said,
now.
and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we
The
participated in
timings
together.
on her looking at the jury and showing that, holy fucking.
We were
I mean,
falling
I
in
have to
love.
say she's doing pretty
it was
good.
Just, you know, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. You know, he produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, we were. It was on. I'll put it that way.
And how long approximately did the press tour go?
Victory.
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think
He died his own.
there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, you know, we had this whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? You know, and I'd ask him, no, you know, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar. Not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar. Because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, you know, it was beautiful. felt like
I mean,
this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood
If you see something,
where I
shoot
came
something.
from. I felt that when I was around him, a person moral.
oh my god, the acting. Holy.
You know, it made me feel seen. It made me feel
Holy shit!
$1 million.
Holy shit!
And that kind of feeling just lavish.
He had one
gifts
shot.
and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. And I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to grocery stores doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so when we leave those homes, my home, it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart.
Stay alive, you idiot.
It was it felt like a dream. It felt like absolutely.
Got you.
So, while you're
Got you.
dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right? So while you're falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, you know, I think started dating October of 2011, and you know, as I mentioned, this couple, you know, where he'd come over to my house and would not leave for like 3 or 4 days, you know, just smoking cigarettes, playing music, and reading poetry to me, or painting me, you know, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him.
You guys notice some of the wording she uses is very one-sided a lot of times?
At first, I didn't really think anything about
He
it.
did
but,
this, and I just
disappeared.
responded. He doesn't leave
At one
instead of
point,
he stayed. I don't know if you guys noticed.
and then came back and said he was dealing with something,
A
some
lot of
health
one-sided
issue,
language.
and, would I join him in the Bahamas? And
Almost making him almost guilty of going ahead of time.
And I was on
Oh,
a
he's
trip
stuck,
with
man.
a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA instead of, landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really, seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't. I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time, and I fell head over heels in love with this man.
She's gonna say that every teacup was filled with alcohol.
I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Or some shit, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Oh.
So
How did he hit a melee and I didn't? Sure.
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next. Mostly not filming in LA, so weirdly you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, this, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and
Whoa.
no one else and nothing else. And then, you know, I'd go off to work. And so would he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to
Active
shoot
camo
Lone Ranger, I believe.
required. Do not exceed. Noise
Now,
restrictions.
We've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger. That's about mid 2012. Is that right? When he was shooting that?
That sounds right. Mid 2012. Yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
Danger zone incoming.
Machete
I
Kill?
believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in
Okay.
Robert Rodriguez
Okay.
film that shot.
She
in
knows all the
Austin.
timings of when to look at the audience and when to look
But
at the
you know,
She forgets
I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off. And there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So.
And so, what if any visiting did you do?
I should have played my
with Johnny while
grenades.
He was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him, and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, you know, occasionally I would leave with his security guards. But
Fuck
I didn't
that,
have anything to
dude.
do but
You
visit him
sound
for a
stupid.
few
How does that
days.
sound
So I'd cook,
Everything I said makes
kind of
sense.
stay at home and paint or whatever, and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And it was, we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest, and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, you know, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't. That's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
No, okay, we got that.
And so, we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots, and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to. You know, anything I can do to show love. Certainly, how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What if anything did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were working?
Still leading.
Objection leading.
Still leading, yeah.
What if anything?
How is that overruled?
Johnny had
If
a thing
anything.
for turquoise, and
I should, if anything.
that eventually, you know, being in the Southwest, it happens really.
How is it overruled?
Really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has a. He loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, and lots of it. So he had these daggers that he had given me. That really, they were beautiful in design, and they're, you know, long, curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives. Had a knife and gun collection. And was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled
Maximum fire team capacity.
knife. And I had it engraved with a saying he would say to me all the time, which I
Karambit, blue fade, blue
thought was
gem.
romantic. As funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in 12 time frame, what, if any, relationship did you develop with your family?
Well, it was starting really early on. Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a really loud guy, and Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, you know, Johnny have a southern. All of a sudden, Johnny had this southern accent, and was really like buddies with him, and they really seemed to get along very well. They're, you know, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts, he gave him guns, knives, they had this, I mean, Johnny just really just showered my dad. My dad's a working man, you know, salt of the earth guy, and he was just like, these amazing gifts and being invited to come onto these locations, and you know, Johnny's this big movie star, and my dad was just like, I think my dad would marry himself. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting them on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest, I think it's Colorado. Gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace, and yeah, they were
Bodying them. Where's King? Where's this guy? I can't fight over there. Where's King Jong
The
Pun?
relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that was
What?
he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel special. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Johnny's so generous and can be this really
Yeah.
almost, you know, showering you with
I knew it.
gifts and compliments and just, I mean, like,
Because I feel like this plays well into the love
you know,
bomb
in
thing
his
that you were talking
access
about
and
earlier.
means to really,
The other girl?
you know, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I relied heavily on my friends, and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to these exotic places and flew people here and there.
You fucking kidding me?
It's making a narrative, but
Incredibly generous.
I think everybody could tell that.
So going back to the filming of the what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse. I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could.
She's contradicting her fucking narrative.
Also, how will I take care of that horse? You know, it's just so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like, what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, "It's yours. It's coming here." I think it was being transported, and he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And you know, I grew up on
I
my
feel
dad's
like it's like not only
horse,
leading,
and
it's
I
like
grew up riding with
super
my dad.
leading.
So
Why is it overruled?
you know, I went. I had
it's coming out of the
resisted for,
blue.
I think about like a month and a
super
half
out
or
of the
something
blue.
of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, "That's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept." To all of a sudden, I had a cult.
So let's take you through.
Because you can ask, was there any big gifts that stood out? She had a horse.
Describe
Tomorrow.
The Illuminati will see you, Stevens.
That's something. Multiverse. Will change you forever.
We'll see what kind of Doctor Strange you are.
Marvel Studios Doctor Strange. Rated PG-13. Seen in premium large formats in IMAX. In theaters tomorrow.
First, trajectory. Accurately placed.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Love like that, you know.
That's
I
fine.
mean,
That's definitely
and
fine.
then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back, and I remember at
That's
first he would,
6.
when he first started
It
drinking,
counts.
I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, pouring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this. The point is, it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid?" Oh, I see. You know, I wore a dress to an event once, and
that is speculative. She doesn't know what he's thinking by sending these
I
comments.
felt beautiful in it.
She doesn't know what his intentions are by sending these comments.
Sometimes
That's
I felt
absolutely speculation,
pretty in
100%.
this dress I picked out, and
Galactic holiday.
I
How's
showed
it
it
for
him
Marco?
because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, you know,
You don't know what he
publicized,
thinks
and I
in this
thought it was
scenario.
weird he didn't.
How do you know?
Wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the you know, the event I went to? You know, basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, did you see that? You know, I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And
Yeah, 57.
and he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me. Didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, you know, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but it, you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. And that's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt,
Okay, that was, okay.
you know, I felt really embarrassed and
This fucking
horrible
acting
that I
skit,
wore
like,
that.
come
I felt
on,
like,
dude. There's nobody else
how
see
could I
to
have
There's nobody else see to that, right?
made that choice. Of course, you know, he's right. You know, you start to believe it. I
That was
started to
that was
believe
almost
it.
robotic,
That
the way she
made a lot
did
of
it
sense,
then.
Of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was just, it was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it.
Damn.
And it
Holy.
it continued. And then
they're getting a whole
and
show.
there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things.
Bruh.
It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass. Threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer.
Dude, why is it lagging it?
And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate, And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it,
Yeah,
he was done,
super
cleaned
eight.
himself up, he'd done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this, like, wonderful, like, almost like just unreal, like, but real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny
Love
man
bomb reference
that
number 3, I'm
I
pretty sure.
loved. And he
Same
would
topic, chat. We'd give it an 8.
make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time
K9
that
then.
he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
Here comes.
It was so it's seemingly so stupid, so
Can we get a tear?
insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed.
Let's hear it.
It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation. You know, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize it sounds weird, but it's like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, you know, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking. Because it didn't look like it said that at all, and I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking, and slapped me across the face, and I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke, because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't.
Okay.
He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch?" And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything, I didn't react, I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time.
Okay.
Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch.
Leacock is not working.
And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you, I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking. Because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have till I figure out what I need to do? Because, God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just
nice save.
hit somebody
She
'cause
saved it. She saved it.
I knew there was no. I knew it was wrong,
She
and I knew
almost
that I had
slipped,
to leave him.
but she saved it.
And that's what broke my heart. Because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I would leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself.
No tear. I'm gonna make a poll in chat. Answer the poll. I'm not sure if we're gonna get a tear or
I'm
not.
just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like, I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees.
No, you can't cry as an adult male. You're not allowed to. It's like a law thing.
I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos.
You don't do it if you have no tears.
And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. Got up, I went to the car, I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window, and I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because
useless details to create sense of
heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time, and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
What did you do after that?
I don't know.
Now back to normal.
I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember.
Yes, 12.
I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I also stated as to what she may have told her. I went home, and I a few days later started getting. I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny. You know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said I'd rather cut my hand off than ever.
Oh, that's convenient.
Lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking.
Oh, wait a minute.
He'd rather cut his hand off.
And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood. I could
Johnny's
never
lawyer is like,
forgive
did you really
him,
say
it
that?
was done.
Cross-exam will
So
show.
I
We'll
felt
ask
kind
for
of safe and saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think you know, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple of cases, actually, of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never, at that time, dream of affording, you know. And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. But he put this thing away. He killed the fucker, is what he
Yeah, it's another
said
love
to
narrative,
me
and not wrong.
over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe it.
I can't wait till she gets cross-referenced or cross-examined.
So stay in the relationship.
Yeah.
If you see something,
I believed it.
something.
I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And
Tier?
so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship.
Yes.
So.
Nope.
Is this a good time? You want to keep
going.
So could you please describe to the jury the evolution of your relationship
Safe topic doesn't count for crime.
with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, you know, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, you know, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct.
Oh, give me a break.
Conversations that were veiled. You
Good
know,
fuck,
what
that
I
was
was wearing,
cool.
who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time that I was getting him talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else.
How did she know why he came?
That we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love. Like, kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row, and when I came back, I was angry. I didn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably, like, at first it was indirect, and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head was just constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, you know, that's crazy, you're wrong, whatever, normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times, that's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye, made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time.
Dynamo, grenade.
And I'd look at him, and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again, and shove me back down. Eventually, it just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. Walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face.
What?
And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
Damn, she's giving it a full-fledged performance.
I'm going to ask you,
The
so can
jury.
you bring up 1783, please? What number are you? I'm sorry?
What number?
Defendants 1783?
1783, thank you.
She just wiped the fake tear away.
Do you recognize this picture?
Oh, good.
Yes, I do.
Show me.
And you can
Chat.
tell us what it is.
Chat, can we get the other feed?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me
and we
by
had
the
CBS,
coffee. Typically,
feed
it's with the notes like
with
that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes.
Chat.
As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated
Thank you.
quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a
They
different
don't have it
way.
over there.
Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection.
Okay,
Approach.
sure.
Okay. Oh, no, it's not public. Okay, yeah. I forgot. They show and reference the evidence. They look at it, and then they ask permission to publish to the jury, and then they say yes, and then the other person, the other people have to say if they have an objection or not, and if they do, then they publish or not, or redact before publishing it, and then the jury can see it, and then some broadcast like CBS will have it, and then we'll put it up on screen. No, I think it's interesting. Guys, I don't mean to sound smart on purpose or whatever, or like say, yo guys, I'm so smart, good. I feel like when I talk about these things, it's kind of like an obvious thing. I feel like it's obvious. It's very obvious. The one-sided early stage relationship that she's displaying it. Like, oh, he did the boot thing. Oh, he did the nice thing. Oh, he did the gift thing. Oh, he would do this and he would be so forward with that. But oh, when I removed his boot, yeah, I suppose that happened. I mean, I was removing his boot. I mean, if he wanted to remove his boot himself, he could have if he wanted to. But I did that thing. I think
Please,
like, I don't know why she's doing that though. I don't get it.
Some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012.
So, in 2012, the violence
Dynamo,
was
grenades, acquired.
pretty, relative to what it became, pretty slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed sitting too close to a male person. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him, so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations. While I'm trying to dispel one accusation, he'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, face, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me, then he would smash things very close to me, and then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. then it would be, you know, eventually I later would either push him off of me or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was.
I'm sure they have pictures and proofs and text behind it.
I don't know how to
Just we'll
describe
see
that.
later.
It was, I'd focus on something else.
I'm sure there's proof somewhere.
Stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it, but at the time in 2012, it was he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm
Said that
saying
so many
this is a
times.
lot. If you're gonna make like
come back,
20, 30 accusations
clean
in
and
one
sober,
testimony, you
tell
should
me
have at least
he
one or
had a
couple
chip.
proofs for something.
He didn't have any chips, but he would say,
She
I've
doesn't
gone
have
to meetings.
but it would help her case a lot.
I have a sober companion
She
now.
doesn't have to.
I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with
not
the
saying she's
combination of
lying.
him
I'm just
being
saying-
sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, you know, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that, and it would feel great, and we would be good again, and it'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving, and we'd be back in the good bubble.
If she's caught
the warm
lying
glow.
black and white, I think her testimony can be thrown out and striked, right?
Eventually, I'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with
I didn't say she's lying. I stopped
drinking
saying
and
that.
drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, you know? Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get
Quaaludes?
into the different versions of him. 2012,
The crack
I was
cocaine
in,
spider, the
I was
marijuana
in the beginning
spider.
stages of this,
Remember
just
that?
learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she
Objection,
can say
hearsay.
I think she can say if she told anybody. Right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Can you please get a version to publish so we can see it, motherfucker? Michelle, blow that shit up. We want to see it.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Second time they go for publish, right? And then they get objected. Can we get a picture so we can watch it?
Want to protect your family with life insurance? Visit havensimple.com to buy simplified issue term life insurance without a medical exam. A $500,000 Haven Simple policy starts at just $20 a month. Go to havensimple.com and apply today.
Strange, rated PG-13, seating premium large formats in IMAX in theaters tomorrow.
Global clothing consumption has doubled in the last 15 years. We can change that.
When we make better, we can buy better. And when we buy better, we can wear longer.
We wear longer, we can buy less.
When we buy less, we can waste less.
And when we waste less, we can change for good.
Bro, Jaden Smith should not be on this commercial. That kid's closet is definitely the size of my
Creativity starts
house.
with what ifs. Like, what if there's fire?
He's on a commercial about buying less clothes so you waste less. Buying Levi's so you don't waste clothes. Suck my dick, Jaden Smith. You don't own anything that's made by Levi's. Buy $500 t-shirts that are made of fucking tissue paper.
It does have a lot, but the fact is that we haven't seen anything in. So it's like, how long do you get something in? There's proof that she abused him. Yeah, but I'm just waiting. Because like I said, guys, I feel like the defendants and the witnesses, they have been barraging, standing a bunch of like this, and I'm just like, okay, cool, man. Just like, be like, okay, you know what, dude, this is crazy. At some point, it becomes so overwhelming that you're gonna want it. Yeah, fuck it. Like, evidence, anything. It's preview. This is why it's evidence after. Yeah, so we'll see evidence after. Because there's so many times that I feel like it. Yeah, of course, they give you a strategy, I suppose.
Why did you decide to confide in the issues you were having with Mr. Depp? I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me. I knew she would understand. When approximately
Do not exceed noise
confiding
restrictions.
in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp? Abuse.
Objection,
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering?
I should have sprinted.
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the
Compound is
control,
two
the
or more
disappearing,
questions
the
in
not
one.
knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant communications, that sort of thing. I feel about the whole beginning. The fact that I was secret, I lied, couldn't tell any of my friends that I was for a long time because everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner, so I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get lying in a secretive way, and it was just all very
Maybe I died to somebody else.
isolating. And, I confided with her.
Oh, we gotta kill CJ.
On that sort of thing, and then later
CJ's right
I
there.
talked to her about some violence. I did it gently. You know, first I just kind of asked her to talk to
What's up,
about
CJ?
how severe it was.
Life removal complete.
The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we approach?
It's... God damn it.
If the witness is doing things she shouldn't, right? Let's say saying or doing or displaying things to the jury, which affect the jury in a tremendous way, right? How often do they have to interject and say, "Yo, can you stop that? You okay with approach?" And she has to stop that. How many times do they have to do it until the witness is like excused or?
Take our 15-minute after.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So please do not talk about the cases.
They traded.
They're gonna be worms, but they're the truly berry ones are not very good.
Five Spartans remain.
Throw. Successful.
What day are we? What? Shall we get into tours? Nah, I want to go back to the spot.
Danger zone incoming.
So kind. So generous.
I want to go back to the spot.
Four Spartans remaining.
Seeing my breath.
Guys, when did she go hard on the jury and she does like the whole thing? It's actually insane though. It's absolutely
Three Spartans remaining.
What part of the story? It was pretty crazy. Holy, I don't want to overly dissect and stuff. That's not trying to look like I'm like pseudo smart or whatever. Dude. I was looking at her friends the whole time. She went fucking hardcore. The main two behind this.
He tells me that he would put this thing to Wilma
Danger zone incoming.
myself to get up. At this point, we're sitting
Yeah,
next
here
to
it comes.
It's
It's right here. It's right here.
all of a sudden, realizing that
Ooh, good place, good place. Yep.
Do not exceed. Noise restrictions.
it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt. She's sitting there on this, on this.
Dude, she's looking at him one by one. Holy, this is actually insane.
I wish so much he was.
Killing spree.
Didn't physically hurt.
Victory.
I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet. Why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, oh my God, I have to figure out what I need to do. Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. Why did you Dom, I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody easy. I knew there was a
Wait, it didn't kill him? Let's go.
How many kills does he have? 1 life left.
Wait, it didn't kill him? Let's go.
dirty carpet trying to will myself to get up. Walk out
Elimination.
the door 'cause I knew I needed to. And I really slowly stood up, and I remember looking in his eye and just looking at him because I didn't know what else to do. And
Yeah, that's sweet. That's
and you know, like
I don't know. I think so far the only problem is one of the big problems that I saw was early. It kind of
Maximum fire team capacity. 1.
Just the way that it makes him look guilty early. When it's like at the beginning of a relationship, it's usually kind of like, oh. It almost looks like
What?
bad or whatever. You know, I thought that was kind of weird. And whenever she floated back, it was because, oh yes, whatever. Oh, I don't know.
See, he upgraded immediately. Fool. Next time I see him, he's gonna die to my pistol.
the early trial. I want to go watch some of it. What's the shit with the Madam 7? The grill on her. She got grilled?
I need to aim lower. Gotta go low to high. Cause they die in 7 shots, I have 12. So I aim like chest and I finish on the last few on the head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to what you're saying when you're conducting these evaluations. The trigger and the female is the victim.
That
There
is
the
not the
evaluation
question.
understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
I was using
Better not be teabagging me, son.
in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Miss Furd was the victim of
Nope,
partner
nope.
violence.
This doesn't work at all. Yeah, I said it yesterday. The questions were not about the case. The questions were neutral and general about the profession and its. Very clearly asked in that profession, what about this? With no specifics. She's just lying now.
That is why I was using the she/her pronouns.
Nope.
You, in fact, said women get into relationships for all the right reasons. That's what it is. A woman gets into a relationship for all the right reasons. And you say it's difficult.
I believe in this case I do because I was referencing this case where I found Miss Furd
can't do that.
victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into relationships for all the right reasons.
If you say the victim, guys. It's
What?
Like in a text. It's like when you write in writing in journalism, whatever. They put a name, okay? Let's say Johnny Depp, and then this will get this the actor of that guy, and it'll say the artist.
I didn't think he would switch weapons.
Right? Not once did they mention.
Where's this S Trapajo kid? 1 kill, 1 death.
It was never mentioned. It was clearly an attempt.
And find you, kid.
Was answering a question as
That's him
neutral
for
in
sure.
whatever, right? But she kept saying that's obvious. How long was she denying it?
Nearly every time you reference the perpetrator of ICV.
What?
And it goes back to the same reason when I'm describing my understanding.
She's lying. This is just the bitch.
Deftly employed.
Perpetrators and
The right tool
intimate partner
for the
violence
job.
is well established in the
Disgusting.
research, well established in my clinical
Overshield.
practice as well.
Acquired.
The reason that you use the pronoun almost always testify on behalf of a woman.
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a woman.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse.
That goes against what she said.
5 Spartans remaining. Danger zone incoming.
By a trusted adult, I see them as therapy. I see them in
Guys,
forensic
the point I'm trying to
medicine.
make is that you can't ride the line of, oh yeah, I'm talking in general. sometimes she says, "Oh yeah, but I'm testifying on this case. Oh yeah, in cases I do this. This question. No. In this case, she always, she switches lanes every question. You can't do that.
There he is.
As you're supposed to know, when she's addressing overall, and this case,
Idiot.
not even a single time that she made it clear she was talking about this case instead of overall. It's so done.
Wait, man.
Not one time she precised
I
it.
didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testing. You broke up your practice between treatment.
Danger zone incoming.
When's the last time you testified on behalf of the patient?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you testified.
I testified in my deposition
Killing
I
spree.
testified in convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that day.
Wait,
Exterior protection
Wait, prison.
expanded.
Danger zone incoming.
guys, I don't mean to be insensitive. I'm just asking. Is that a woman?
Spartans remain.
Massive chat.
Perfect.
So the man is the perpetrator,
Raucous
right?
commendation.
Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022. Let's go to page 77.
Next game. Ooh, you have a BR, you're confident.
Let's page 70, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the
Killing friends.
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma
Unpaid
matter
parking
or a
tickets
child
expunged.
sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of the
What? That's what he asked earlier.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case I testified in was same-sex intimate partner violence, where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples when the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So,
What?
let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases
Well,
don't.
yeah. The base of the conversation, right? The base with the roots cause of where you're talking about this is that they are asking about gender bias, right? But then she.
You're gonna get
but then
back
she
smacks.
put the examples of man, man, woman, woman.
Hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of
She's forgetting the scope.
intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony. And I limited the question to testimony. And the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I
That
testified.
you testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in what?
I did remember that in one.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
not testifying in court. I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are
Elimination.
involved in a case. The majority of those cases never show up in the court. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for help.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I asked you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes.
Maximum fire team capacity.
One big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of the practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice.
Why are you behind me?
This is genuine because if the base is not going to go to trial, then the commission's trial.
That was actually really smart. He went in and doubled back. So I thought he was gonna go in. If he did that on purpose, that was intelligent. Fuck you.
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on
So, what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So
They didn't get her to say it though. Fortunately, she kind of went around the pot a little bit, and guys, I feel like she didn't really answer anything. But what is back on there? More of it too.
Ugh.
Downplays violence.
That's like that's an auto trade. If you can hit 4 shots, I think it's 4. God damn it, dude. Fucking everywhere, dude. Leave me alone. Fuck off.
Remaining.
Please be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then in sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon and I remember he said, "Why don't we send it?"
Sensitive topic equals
to your
look
dad's
at the jury,
support.
each and every one of them.
My sister was upset with my dad, and so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but
It's annoying.
I know that, you know, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever.
So she's crying or like
sounds foolish now, but I, you know, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad. Because, you know, I didn't know what else to do, and I remember
Maximum
thinking
fire
it was
team
weird, but I was
capacity.
drinking a lot, and then the month got really crazy from.
The fuck was that?
It was a bit.
I had the first shot on him. That was
A
weird.
revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, well, frankly, just one person I was an acquaintance with, accusing me of being with them. And he was accusing me of being with my friend.
I had him.
Arguments. Nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. You know, hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting at the accusations. I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it seemed as though there was somebody else who was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door. Had hanging on the wall. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her. I didn't really love him, and all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing the shot and him saying, "Send it to your dad to show support." And what I remember of March, like it's almost like it was a never-ending fight. It was just there were breaks in it.
What?
Because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it, and he's ready to get clean and sober again.
No reload.
It was one fight after the other.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened in that particular incident with the painting.
Wait a minute.
As I mentioned, the painting had been hanging for months.
Sidearm, deftly employed. The right tool for the job.
The Illuminati will see you, Stephen. That's something. We will see what kind of Doctor Strange you are.
Where? Must have been invisible.
Can I get a big deal cheeseburger?
Grilling the cheeseburger. Adding the pickle fry.
Philly Ranch. Order up. Sonic, big deal cheeseburger.
What are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it. But he was unsuccessful, luckily, because he was not, he wasn't, with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters, he wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could
It
do.
wasn't a Bic
Nothing I
lighter.
could
That's what he just
say.
said.
I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was like 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Elimination.
Before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence. Thank you.
So nice. We're gonna see the
And I'm going to
flaming picture.
show you Defendant's Exhibit 161.
Publish that shit. Make sure look that.
Date on this is 3/12/2000.
Look at that visor.
Text exchange between you and Mr. Depp.
This game's such shit.
If you see something,
And
shoot
the first
something.
one is from you to Mr. Depp.
Why?
You should know there exists a code. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you? Or,
It's Johnny texting me.
Fucking shit on.
and then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile at such a hideous moment? Repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that night?
There was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which is one of Johnny's houses. They're in downtown. Park. And we'd sometimes. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. Accusations, that was the fight, but it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, loft, and we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings.
I was gonna say.
I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall.
Good player.
As hard as it is to explain this.
Exhibit.
I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied.
How'd that not?
I only could assume he believed these accusations.
What?
I didn't internalize it. I didn't get that big of a deal of it. I'm tough, and I don't make a big deal out of smaller injuries, and it sounds horrible because it's hard for me to understand. My best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down. Clearly.
What? I don't get it. What?
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down.
Okay.
178.
Good.
Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Was that a BR?
Good.
Do you have a BR, sir?
2013.
Objection hearsay.
I go see it and go flush it up. Let's get it.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you said
Reaching out. It's very lonely in what I was living in. And I needed help. I wanted to somebody.
Would you like me to alert authorities?
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013? Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendant's exhibit 170.
Let's see it.
Five
I had to get
remaining.
Four
Spartans remaining.
And how did you sustain that bruise?
I had thrown a,
Danger zone incoming.
Wait, where's the blood at?
Johnny slapped me. I walked away. We got into like a shouting match.
Oh, so that's another instance.
And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was being hit.
The back.
I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got it way
Perfect.
from him enough as he goes back.
Got him good there.
I actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm. They must held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but
Danger zone
I remember being on the
incoming.
floor in my apartment. And I remember thinking,
They all have one life.
3 Spartans remaining.
The fade looks fine, but I guess we're gonna see a 170. 117 for sure, you don't know. No, I'm not playing it. I think this is fine. I just feel like if she was hit, guys,
We can.
the language is very important here. When she says,
Started, it's 3/23/2013. Scroll up.
hit multiple times in the face, whatever, and just take
This
the
is
picture.
a text message
you know,
exchange with your mom.
I want to see that. I mean, not
Yes,
that
it
I
is.
want to, but kind of we have to.
Shields have been overcharged.
Danger zone incoming. Showdown.
Right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23? Well, it says from 2 weeks ago.
Your Honor, I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom.
Maybe
for
approach
the-
Your Honor.
Okay, guys, it's very important here, guys. It's very important. It's not about downplaying it. It's that the context, the context, and the whole thing matters. Okay, if you're held down and there's pressure on your arms and you're being hit in the face a bunch of times, okay, when she takes the picture, I think it makes sense to take a picture of the face and the arm, because only the arm, right, and the face looks fine. Then what's the point then? Because then it really shows that this kind of story behind the hits doesn't make sense.
There's no evidence to the hits, just the arm. Is what he's trying to say.
So yes, I agree there's an injury. That's bad. That is bad. That is terrible. The story doesn't make sense behind it. Makeup? What would you put makeup? If you can think it, like what? Why would she in that instance? Hits on a face is worse than hits on your arm. So if you take a pic of your arm, why wouldn't you also take the face then?
And that's the picture we sent to you.
Elimination.
Yes, it is. On March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight. The bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
It's still abuse? But
we had,
how do you know how it happened? If the story doesn't make sense.
Maximum fire team capacity. 1.
Fuck.
Twice on that, and I realized the jury does. Can you tell them what you mean by orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I was in twice.
And it was an apartment with type of
I rented.
Okay, you got pills serious now. That's annoying.
Fabricated pictures of her being injured when she wasn't. How can you trust testimony and trust her on the pictures when she's shown a pattern of doing that shit?
He wanted me to leave the
Keep running.
He wanted me to admit
Retreat.
this affair. I didn't admit to it.
Who killed you? Someone here?
So I held out.
Yep.
I just started, and we just drank more. And cocaine. And I woke up the next day, on the 22nd or the 23rd, I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I was able to my, like I wasn't gonna be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't gonna be able to talk him out of it. I was just so convinced that I was him or the reason that he wouldn't leave the house.
I heard him.
People waiting for him. People were reaching out. His assistants, his manager's sister. You know, everyone was wondering where he was, and I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. He was just so intently admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine was making his
Exterior protection
better,
expanded.
the non-impact. So eventually I called
Jump
his
out.
sister.
What? He did jump out?
Definitely employed.
I didn't.
The
She
right
did.
tool
So I was like,
for the
hey,
job.
come take over. You know, maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house. Just getting out of the house. And she did. His assistants trying to get him out. Like we eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell
What?
our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just gonna sleep it off and just gonna go back to normal sobriety. Sorry. And
Fuck, dude.
still upset that he seen me calming down, so
10 Spartans
I agreed to
remaining.
go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage him or perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. On the way there, Spencer's Street. It's a major street. He effectively owns the street. window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but you know, he's constantly smoking, and at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two
5
small
Spartans
dogs.
remaining.
Well, one's Johnny's dog and one's my dog, but he
4
grabs,
Spartans remaining.
if I remember correctly, who slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie. He grabs this teacup Yorkie and pulls Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling. Shooting the dog out of the window.
Shall I call for cleanup?
And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it. Everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where he's
Danger zone
howling
incoming.
and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is that I have more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything.
The werewolf.
I eventually
Do not exceed noise restriction.
back
I knew
into
it.
to the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat and we continued driving, but no one reacted. Just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations. Everyone's so stressed about
Objection, hearsay.
They must seek medical attention.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, you know, so we get him there.
3 Spartans remaining.
Yes. And we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him. And everyone smiles and says, you know, hey boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Sorry.
Let's pull up 167.
I want to hear the rest of the story.
Showdown.
He does something, nobody reacts, they get there, nobody reacts, like nothing happened. What next? Did it happen? Is it...
Danger zone incoming.
Show that one to be in 167.
The testimony is that nobody reacted in any way, anywhere, from in to over there. Did she mention it? What the fuck is going on? I want to hear the story.
She's trying to say that, like, she's trying to prove that he had yes men around him.
It's a different. It's not the same photograph.
Okay. Well, then we'll go with it. Then what's
You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do. It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Danger zone incoming.
It's exhibit 167A.
Is that the cocaine box one?
Your Honor, may we approach?
And here it comes. It's gonna get that again for the 4th time in a row. How many times in a row are you allowed to try to process whatever? Is there a cap? I asked earlier. Is there a cap?
Please, make a U-turn.
What if you tried to manipulate by saying, oh yeah, this
Victory.
Okay, no. Let's see it.
Well, you said that you took this that morning. Is that correct?
The flying dog?
Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull on this property of JD?
That's Johnny's used for pills, but at the time it was bags of coke, like dime bags of coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
These are some pretty severe lines.
And
though,
do you
Jesus.
know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different. Actually, it's confusing. They're different. Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is. I
Promethazine?
believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Baroka, that's what they're called, tablets, and anyway, I remember at the time that that's what I was doing in my
Elimination.
water, 'cause I just come back from France where they sell them, and then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it's at that time,
2 megapints
March
and
2013,
4 megalines.
I hadn't, I still didn't have.
Yeah, but that's a shot glass, boys.
Hard line. I won't even keep that in my freezer, sort of added
Only
to the
single
posture when I
combatants
wasn't
need
that
apply.
old at the time. I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think, was doing it out.
Oh, you can see it.
So,
Yeah,
what is the
Doc kit, it's, his prescriptions and cigarette tablets, things like that.
CD of some sort? Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
All right. Now, did you end up sending
You watch too many movies.
to Rocky?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time. Look at my mind.
Objection. Hearsay. Okay, can't say what
I
you
want to
said.
be weird. All my friends are cocaine.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's go to 167, please. And was that the
Back in the
email
days.
in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 322?
Yes.
2013? Yeah, I'd like to move the admission of the picture, the redaction, the message on it, with the top identifier redactions on the list. Objection.
I want to be weird. From my understanding, yes, I have a lot of friends who key of their house, and it's like
How did that grenade not hit them,
that's a
bro?
lot of juice, man.
Yes.
That was perfect.
That's a fucking good juicer, man.
Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
Dynamo, grenades, acquired.
God damn it, dude.
In the middle of nowhere. We set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were gonna do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else. We made this plan, and it was going fine. It's like
This is annoying me.
party out in the desert with a few friends and campfire somebody brought MDMA.
Mega
It was being passed around, and somebody who took it.
Removal complete.
I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire. Head on my shoulder. And kind of grabbed it. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling it. I don't remember feeling it because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically.
We know dry or wet. Can we know?
The effects of that. That was the environment. And as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny activated. He gets really upset and he starts. Well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that like it was a joke. But he was like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" And she kind of giggled and leaned into me more, and I knew instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm and says again louder. Says, "Hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl."
4 Spartans remain.
It gets louder and louder, and she kind of did this thing half
3 Spartans
understanding
remain.
what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist?" Huh? And he kind of held her, and she just like, frozen. And
Danger zone incoming.
she was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in, kind of take Johnny's arm around him, take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny.
You're wondering what happens now.
The Illuminati will see, Stephen.
Multiverse will change you forever.
We will see what.
Danger zone incoming.
Formats in IMAX in theaters tomorrow.
I wish I stuck him. Good fucking overshield.
Hey, that's your body.
Described as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense.
She's getting high now.
I realized that he's just probably really high because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying. I wasn't wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him, I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair.
Power items incoming.
Cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Hiding what?
And he says, "You know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it?" And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And
smell
I
it.
gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, I'm like, what am I, where am I gonna, what am I hiding and where am I gonna hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts
Elimination.
You know, what feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and this is one of those things that's my just finished that dress, and he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs.
If you see something,
he
shoot
rips
something.
my underwear off.
What?
And then
Rips my underwear off? Wait, I was trying to teabag him. Alright, let's body.
He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody did cocaine and was against it. That was in and of itself. Oh my God. How could I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing something? It made no sense.
Wait, what? Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
Telling me we're gonna
Double kill.
like just shoved his fingers inside me.
Ew.
Bitch, I'll wait.
Just stood there staring at this stupid light.
Oh, then she's high now. Oh, sorry.
To do. I just stood there. Did that? He just twisted his fingers around.
So I want to see mushrooms and light.
I didn't see stop or anything. I just.
Next morning, what transpired?
I'm not trying to be funny. I can tell. Talk about it. Chill out.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Spike grenades. Acquired.
And it would be. I thought it would end differently. I kind of. We went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't remember.
Give me a break, dude.
Trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool, like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my, just putting on my. And I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was. I felt so lonely. Like no one knows what's. Everyone's just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled, made a joke about how trash the
We had to get the manager, who started off furious. Wrecked the thing.
Deftly
It was
employed.
like a meshy kind of
The right tool for the
I
job.
remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa. And Johnny had and I remember
Come on, let me fight this kid on my own,
it
dude.
was just a kind of a surreal experience. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a leash. We went on with our vacation. We actually went to another location.
How's this guy still have 5 lives? Eat free. What are you doing?
Blackout for a very long time.
Oh, that raised my heart rate. He's about to get a fucking DR. Start the next one.
Complete lapse and then back to complete normal. I just want to know what happened.
One more.
Safe remain.
I guess I wasn't making a joke. Just because shrooms and like lights, it'll cause you like a brilliant, more like a type things. Whenever she says in the trailer, she said, I look at it, it's light. I just thought, oh, I think she's kind of high on shrooms and she's quite kicking at that point. She's looking at the light and she remembers looking at him. That's all. What? I'm trying to clarify and trying to understand what's going on, man.
They must seek medical attention.
I wasn't there. Just no. Just it's again. I just started telling that she remembers one object and it's light. Yeah, she didn't do a lot, but I mean.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
Danger zone incoming.
Can we have the exhibit taken away from you? Thank you.
By June, I was so.
How is that not a kill?
I was so in love with this person. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt.
Or the love bomb narrative.
So much. I felt like he recognized me, and I recognized him, and there was just something there that.
Oh, here, hold up.
The love of my life.
Wait a minute.
No. And he was.
God damn it.
Danger zone
But he
incoming.
was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing is awful. Awful thing. Take over and
Free.
underneath it, it was this other thing.
Exclamatory
And no
excitement.
one told him. No one was honest with him. No one in his own body, his, you know, he'd lose control and people would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him.
Danger zone incoming.
Please.
Oh.
You know, and then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore and he'd get clean and he'd get sober and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so
Good.
loved, that made me feel like
told him it was ironic.
I see. A puddle. Shall I call for cleanup?
Remain.
The silent Hoover.
Galactic holiday.
Hoover Bandit.
Recognize something in him, either some part of my makeup, of my background, or something. I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got scary.
Spartans remaining. Danger zone
In June, I
incoming.
wanted to be the.
Wait, she wiped nothing. I saw that.
I wanted to. I didn't want to wait.
No way.
And he expressed to me so many times when he wasn't
How did I lose that?
Reverse current heading to maintain viability.
Bro, that's bullshit.
You know, if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, his rock stars that he hung out with that had like gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, you know. I thought, Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person. I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age. You know, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope. And like promise, I had so much hope. You know, the whole thing.
What does that
Kids
mean?
and growing old together, sort of hope.
He wanted. It's just body he wanted.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection,
that
Jose.
I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in how he would
Maximum
later
fire team capacity.
thank me.
1.
As he did, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Life removal complete.
Did there come a time later that you finally met these kids?
I finally met them in the summer. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half. This is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them. Dying.
What? Jesus.
Nasal congestion, and also she's not having any
His daughters, actually,
pattern
and Jax,
changes.
both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had kindly. Finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland.
Killing spree.
So then I'm gonna jump
Overshield.
to, and it's
Obtain.
not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane
Exterior
ride
protection.
crash.
Expanded.
Johnny.
So then I'm gonna jump to June 26, 2013. The plane ride
Celebratory parade.
off. It's because Amber Heard's pissing me off so much.
Impact. Intolerant.
We took MDMA. I took a capsule. I took a capsule and John took several items count, but different one versus full of something. But
What has happened?
Oh, don't shoot me anymore.
for the effects of the drug.
One death, bro. At least I got 20.
Person, she of course said no, and then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine, so she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. It's and within a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened.
5 Spartans remaining. 4 Spartans remaining.
The woman
3 Spartans remaining.
Flight attendant got friendly with me, just friendly, just
a
like
few minutes.
MDMA friendly, you know, was kind of, I'm a woman. He's
A
man, so
few
she's
minutes?
naturally
What?
more comfortable with me physically. She kind of
Can we
leaned
get
into me.
so I can stand to try to
chair
rectify
I was
that?
sitting in.
Before it crosses the fucking blood-brain barrier, it takes
after
about
all,
30, 35 from your
she's on
stomach.
drugs,
35, 40 minutes, maybe?
Johnny
20
grabs her
minimum?
hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of
Danger zone incoming.
in a way that, like, you know, like defending herself and trying to clarify.
Grenades. Acquired.
And grabbed her by the wrist
I knew you were there.
slammed it down on the table and told her to break her wrist. And I remember saying, I've done this before. And that was
Exterior
a pattern
protection.
that would
Expanded.
repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it looped. Looped. And he grabbed her wrist and he was very break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. But eventually,
She
goes
would-
in front of the plane where the flight attendant, you know,
Danger zone
the doors
incoming.
closed, and I don't see her
Please,
much of
make
that
a
whole
U-turn.
flight. We landed in Russia, and I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any
Spike.
violence on the
Obtained.
plane between Johnny and me, but I remember feeling this tension.
They must seek medical attention.
Because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I sensitively from women, because I had had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room,
Danger zone incoming.
effectively having engaged that caused that. I of course deny it. Bring out what I thought was obvious. You know,
Where'd you go? Did he see me too?
you know, wasn't fair, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. At one point, he just shoves me like, I mean, just shoves hard.
But her, she's like invincible.
This glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. You know, I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, you know, at this point, I try to hit that. I'm trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I
stay on my
Shouldn't
feet.
take a lot. One capsule is enough. What?
At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember crying and feeling. I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to. I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. You know, again, I don't know how much the drugs or alcohol is part of this. I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presumably walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
Just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything.
Gesture's fine? I didn't know that.
He
I know more now
gestures to
about
my
law.
nose, and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt really embarrassed.
What if somebody does sign
ashamed.
language?
I don't know how else to describe it. I just
Is
felt
that
like
a loophole?
just really embarrassing when I went inside the room.
Oh wait, hold on.
Injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry gave me Jerry let me know. And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is.
I'm unranked? What? I have to play again.
I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was
elimination.
like he could hurt me, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would be capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I wanted, you know, I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. There come a time that you went for a ride on to the Bahamas and arrived.
So what did you do to
If you see
show
something,
It's less like that.
shoot something.
The story.
We flew out to the Bahamas to his island.
We never get to the end of the story.
He was selling the
Oh, come on.
goodbye trip on the yacht, so we stopped off the island, and I went with him and his kids.
I don't know all the spawns.
Quickly developed a bond with, and loved, and we brought a friend along with us, I think, help.
From jury what
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and just you know, that's how he dealt with it. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And he really realized his daughter at the time.
You can read one full page of the Harry Potter.
That's why you shoot people once.
She started to
Detonate.
about his drinking. She was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily was, but
Yeah.
you can tell gestures, you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said.
She was upset, and
Is he invisible?
Dead fish kind of way, and
Alright, let's roll from now on.
belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht. And he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do. Okay, you know, it started off all of a sudden. Into the water, and at one point he throws himself over, and it looked a little scary. The way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
You can't say what she said. You can say you can.
She needs to stop doing that. She has to.
Expressions or observations.
She's doing it on purpose. If this is fucking rehearsed, she has to stop doing that shit.
Crying, and the crying becomes like
Oh, fucking.
It's not easy, but also it's easy to get 3 points with the jury doing it though.
and Johnny comes in, and within a
10
few,
Spartans remaining.
within a few seconds I realize that he seemed very angry. He asked
Why?
me
Why?
leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying. And Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him. And calling him complete in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. I wasn't, it didn't go in place at all to anyone.
Are you proud of yourself? Fucking loser.
You're wondering what happens now.
The Illuminati will see us, demon. Change you forever.
We will see what kind of Doctor Strange you are.
Marvel Studios Doctor Strange, rated PG-13, seen in premium large formats and IMAX in theaters tomorrow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like
Wait, no.
like something he was just
Damn it. I want to change my pistol color.
the names that he was calling me. And it's pushing me up against the wall by my neck.
Am I lagging?
Much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in
Elimination.
It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names he was calling me. And it's pushing me up against the wall by my neck. It hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I communicated with, when I saw Lily Rose again, I would say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a collector and then take us off of the boat, or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing. Part of the
Maximum
island
fire
is
team
different
capacity.
team,
One.
and
Life
we
removal
take off.
complete.
I'm holding Lily Rose in my, I'm literally holding her in my arm while she's crying and taking off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. We were taking off, and I'm looking really tired about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that happened.
Oh, what a fucking loser.
I also felt like I had done something wrong, you know. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, you know, what I had done, but I
Who's Jack?
text
Jack
messages
Sparrow?
from him calling me all these names.
Who is it?
Barely coherent, barely.
His
And I'm
son.
calling his daughter.
that shit up. Michelle?
And we're gonna ask you to take a look.
Where the fuck did that guy go?
Michelle? Who's cutting hair in the salon? Who's doing that shit, man?
You're about to go into another meeting. Keep going. That's fine. I think it's a good point to break for the day. I think it's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. And to read and think about this case, do not do any outside research and discuss it. Okay? Have a good evening.
What? No!
10 Spartans remaining.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the state, okay?
So is tomorrow cross-exam from the get-go? Or is it more like this? I feel like she has more to say. Okay. Possibly be a whole day of more her and no cross. Definitely, right? It's definitely gonna be a full day of her still and no cross.
Plasma grenades acquired.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's lying. I'm gonna be honest though, I think in a lot of ways, what I noticed is them, the plaintiffs, the way they react to some of the stories is like laughing and being surprised and being like taken aback at what she's saying, which makes me think that they're somewhat confident about the cross they're gonna give, or the inaccuracy of the information, or they're coping. So I don't know.
Where is everybody? I'm just trying to avoid that camo guy, honestly.
Life removal complete.
Look, yeah. I'll tell you guys the small problems I have with some of what happened, okay? The problem is, right? And the number of things that she says that happened, especially physically, which, of course, some, if not all, could be real. I'm not downplaying it. But the problem is
Our attach rate is growing.
little evidence we have that she posts to back it up, and the one that she
Danger
does
zone
post doesn't really
incoming.
match the entirety of the story. And I think that kind of play a role, especially the fact that we know for a fact, especially since we know for a fact that we've seen her fake some injuries or fake some pictures. So it's like all we have are pictures that don't match the story and pictures that were faked with fake injuries, right? But there's dozens of stories, literally from her and her psychiatrist or whatever. Literally dozens of them. So it's like, if there's like 30 real, right? And one picture matches the picture,
do that.
I generally think it's hard. Like, I don't want to be anti-her, anti-story, or weird about abuse, but like, come on, man. Like, some people need something to go on, man. And I think that they're not making a good job at showing that. And if that's how it makes me feel, okay, then that's how it makes the jury feel a little bit, okay. I just you guys think this is dude, she's an abuser. Motherfucker, okay. That I just want we're watching her testimony. I don't care what she did. All I'm looking forward to is whenever she shows undisputable stuff or stuff that makes sense with some of the stories that she's putting out. Because that's a lot of stories, man. Guys, that is a lot of stories involving a lot of people.
Remaining.
There's this guy did that. This guy
This guy's
did
still here.
This happened. This blew up. This exploded. The plane did a flip. This did that. We did drugs. But nobody shows up. Nobody's called as a witness. No evidence is shown. Nothing is shown on the screen. Nothing is published. And the thing that they do try to publish end up being overturned or overruled. So it's like, what can you do as a centrist who's trying to watch the case?
Showdown.
To back, let's say you wanted to back her up. He's like, yeah, you know what, dude? Yeah, there's a what do you have to go on? What do you have to go on? And things that don't match up. So it's like, there's nothing to go on. So far. Yo, I'm waiting for all the information for take sides. Exactly. I'm waiting for all the information to take sides. The problem that I have right now is that I have incomplete as I go. And usually when you have incomplete information on the fly, and as you go forward, well, it doesn't sail. It doesn't mean any good. It doesn't.
God, I look at the computer. The computer say.
You know, if there's
So I say, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what do you say fuck me for? Nelly fucked your first baby mama, Melissa. Then took your fucking fiance. Say fuck that nigga. This is a special AS.
The guy said when cynic when welcome well to part 2 of the presidents. I mean, this is crazy. Matt's unavailable. He had to attend to his family, so yeah, it's not. I checked in on him. He's okay. Everything's okay. There was.
I don't mean it sounds bad like medically. It seems like a fight.
No, there was no fight. Just so
elimination.
Let's start where we left off. We're going right in because we got to plow through these guys because they kind of suck.
Yeah, some of these guys I'm not interested in at all. So just name them.
So this is Rutherford B. Hayes.
He destroyed. He stopped Reconstruction. He stopped the slave.
He was the one
help
who
the black people. Stuff.
So the reason he did that is because he was losing the guy in the
If
election.
you see something,
South Carolina,
shoot
Louisiana,
something.
Florida were the 3 southern states that still hadn't counted in the electoral college.
Yeah.
The Republicans made a deal with the Democrats that said we'll remove
This is after those.
Well, that's because the KKK was. They were the real deal. They were fucking shit up. So they had the federal troops down there, which actually kind of helped the Republicans get votes, because the black people were allowed to vote at this point. They had the troops down there protecting them to get their votes, and obviously that's
what the guy said when
cynically.
when the guy pitched the first guy pitched the name.
Where the fuck?
Slam, the leader was a K.
You liked it?
Bad joke.
No,
yeah,
right.
but it took him. He had to warm up to it.
Okay. KKK. Republicans moved it. Basically, the end of Reconstruction. Hayes didn't do much, but this is actually important because this is kind of the end of. It lowered presidential power quite a bit. These guys kind of took a back step to Carnegie, Rockefeller. This is the rise of these capitalists.
Yeah, like now with the tech guys,
and we're
with
still in.
with the Bezos and Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Oh my God!
What are you gonna do if he bought it? Well, he bought it, right?
He bought Twitter. You guys.
What are you gonna do?
He bought Twitter from those really great people that owned it. Like now, it's not going to be democracy because the people I like the people that owned it before were like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they were a bunch of monks.
Yeah.
Now
and
he took it, and he's a piece of shit.
Where'd he
Although
go?
I don't think
Elon Musk.
I don't think Trump's getting back on, which is the only thing I want.
You don't know yet. You don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. Could be. Trump. He could be.
Maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I'll. So this is big for Hayes. 1877. When
Yeah,
Hayes
so
took-
those guys, the corporations started having more power than the federal government.
As soon as Hayes
because
took
the
over.
fucking industrial north that plowed the south under, and then it just became belching machines.
Yeah.
And oil started.
Yeah.
And fuck it, it's just there was no just steel.
When I miss one
coal,
shot.
Oil.
Yeah.
What year are we at?
This is 1877.
That's an
okay, so no
assist.
cars or anything, but like
they're close.
really big horses.
The horses got bigger.
Huge horses. They were like 10 feet wide horses.
When Hayes took over,
The trains.
Penn Railroad cut employee pay by 20%. So right away,
Motherfuckers, they were Amazon.
right
were
away,
Amazon.
they Amazoned out.
Sons of bitches.
So there was strikes,
Yeah.
and then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government sided with the corporations, obviously, and they used, they went down and shot guys that were striking with
That's
real troops.
Did you ever see? I'm just reacting to that.
That's
By the way,
fine.
this is when people get excited and like make pop
Yeah.
off remarks like I've been the last 2 minutes. It's because they actually don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we don't know
I'm,
what we're
I'm only
talking about.
hearing about it from you.
Yeah, it is. But what a
And
good
you're looking
way
at your phone,
What a good
so-
way to put down a strike. Well, this is research I did, but that's all right.
Yeah, just send in dudes to beat the shit out of the guys, the strikers.
Just open fire on them.
On which industries? The
Mostly,
coal?
mostly railroad and coal. Yeah.
Did you ever see Mattawan? It's a great movie by John Sayles.
10
Nobody knows.
Spartans remain.
8 Men Out about the White Sox, Black Sox.
No. I know that. Shoeless Joe. Yeah.
So he made a movie called
Meyer
Mattawan.
Lansky?
What?
Meyer Lansky. The
Yes,
Jews
that's
behind
right.
it.
I mean, he might have been true.
What?
He didn't do it because he was Jewish.
You think that's what they're doing?
Jesus Christ.
What?
World Series?
That's what they're doing.
I think that might have been this.
About the Black Sox?
Yeah.
Come back this way.
Mattawan. So Mattawan is a movie about coal mining strikes, and these guys. And so there's a kid in it who's a preacher. It's a common thing back then in rural places that a child would be a preacher. Yeah, touched a child.
No.
Yes.
No.
Same kid as a preacher.
So you want to eliminate him? What? He
Yes.
had 2 lives?
He did it. It was in his Lord. And
Must
it
have
sounded
been great.
exactly like his act. Talking about Jesus Christ. If you don't find Jesus Christ in your heart, you know you're one of those guys. He does it in one of his specials. He flashes into it for a moment.
Wow.
And they cut to his mother in the audience like this. And, you know,
She-
she loves
she
him as a
loved-
comic. She loved him as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay. So kid preacher.
They're
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he called Dan O'Kelly. He's not-
God
he's
damn
a
it.
teenager.
Yeah.
And he was the spiritual leader of the town, this little Pennsylvania, where you're from,
Yeah.
town. of
That
coal
annoys
miners.
me, son.
And there's some guys start to organize to make a union, and the kid, the churches, which was common also, the church was in on the union, so they wanted to help the union. So they were planning a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these 2 thugs, fucking guys with whiskey in their pocket, to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they're
Yeah.
sitting in the back of the church, just waiting to hear what the plans are. And the kid doesn't want them to know what the plan is. So he tells a biblical parable. He tells a story from the Bible that clearly, to anyone who knows the Bible, says what time and when
Yeah.
and how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but
There
the
may be
guys, it's a
chapters.
great moment because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're heathens. So they haven't any faith, so the truth is right in front of them and they can't even hear it. It's a great
That's
moment.
nice.
That's my only thing on Rutherford B. Hayes.
That's good though.
So that's what, yeah, back then it was like this wicked, but it's important for, it's the through line of America, because once we were all kind of thrown into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich, the enormity, all over the world too, in England also, with Oliver Twist and whatever, and where Dickens was writing, poorhouses, workhouses, that's how they did it over there. And here we had a horrible version of the same thing, 3-year-old kids working in mills. And that against the impossibility of the capitalist structure, and people trying to organize, and that union organization was not a sort of liberal ideal. It was the people. It was the working people.
Yeah. They had to do it.
They had to. They just needed leverage. That's all. They just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the capitalist scheme that you had to, that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wouldn't do it for
this
price.
This is 10, 12 years after the Civil War.
That's right.
Half
really
these guys were veterans. Like, they had been through hell.
Yes.
And now they're coming home and they're like, actually, we're going to stop paying you guys as much because we're getting richer.
Every class of veterans has come home to total confusion and having no worth in the society that they protected.
They get
Every
a parade,
class of veterans
they
has
get a
gotten
party.
fucked.
Yeah.
Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys in Hollywood, these were all war veterans. These were all war heroes who came home and saw the country in tatters and had some ideas about another system. And they got prison, whatever. But so yes, they and also we were pushing west.
Yeah.
So
this is
cities
also
like these cities like the Netherlands and places like Chicago were like churning out black smoke and industry, and in the West, gunfight.
Yeah,
Folks
absolutely.
were fighting each other with guns.
In the 1870s, it would have still been. It would have been the Indian towards the end of the Indian Wars.
Yes.
I mean, the Comanche was still there a while. Like it was.
And
it was
there's
still
all these
hanging
American professional soldiers
Yeah.
who fought in the Civil War. And some of them went west to fight the Indians. And then some of them said, fuck all this, and just became gunfighters. And used this ability. This is exactly the same. It's why in Japan, I don't know if you watch movies, like samurai movies, you need to watch them.
Oh, fuck.
Eastwood?
Yeah.
Okay. Fistful of Dollars?
Yes.
Fistful of Dollars is a remake.
Oh, okay.
Yes. A Japanese movie, a black and white Japanese Yojimbo. This is not like a
Yojimbo?
hidden idea. This is Yojimbo. Magnificent Seven.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it?
Yes, I used to watch that.
Okay, so Magnificent Seven is a remake of the seven. Don't nod like you know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm
the
trying
seven
to get through
samurai.
the fucking story, if I'm being honest.
What?
Nothing.
Go ahead. This is all has to do with presence.
All right. We gotta plow through these.
I know.
We're still at
Well,
Hades.
skip
We're
that.
talking about
Just
Japanese
skip.
movies.
The Seven Samurai
No way, I almost
shit. Remake of the Seven Samurai. It's a total remake. Go watch these movies. It's amazing.
All right.
Because the Japanese I think it was called the medieval era, it was the same as our West, because they had these wars with samurai. And then all those dynasties like broke up and it became just chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt.
Yeah.
And so the samurai just wandered the hills called Ronin. And they just became swords for hire. Yeah. And so they were just exactly the same as gunmen. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect.
There's a guy
I'm
with
just saying that these kind
overshield
of
that
things
way.
happen all over the world.
I'm gonna go for this
okay,
guy.
so Hayes. Who came after? Fuck Hayes. Who came after Hayes?
Garfield. 1880. No, this is a good one.
Okay.
This is a cool fact about him. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with
Oh,
the other.
good.
And they were like, this guy's going to be smart enough. He was after.
Fuck
He was a
you.
nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight duds. This is after
By the way, I
Johnson.
can do that.
Johnson Grant. Just, 200 days in
Why are
his
people
office.
fighting right here?
Into office, he was on his way to a college reunion. He was at
Whatever.
a DC rail.
College
sit.
reunion?
He was going to a college reunion.
Wow.
There's
Jello
different.
shots?
He was gonna do
Beer bong?
He was gonna go wild. He was shot twice in the back. Guiteau. And Guiteau is a very interesting.
What the fuck just happened? Like, sometimes you just get melted.
He's a traveling moron who thought that he had campaigned.
It's like a village idiot, but a traveling.
He would go fail in town to town, and everyone hated him.
Fail doing what?
He religious shit. He joined like a cult. They were like, this guy fucking sucks. Then he would be like, I'm gonna start a paper for that cult in a different town. It would fail. Then he would go to like Boston and yell at people. He would just go around fucking up. And then he was in DC and he started trying to give speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador to Paris. And they were like, no. And he was like, how about Vienna? They were like, who are you? So then he got angry and then he bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the significance of it. He bought it was a Bulldog revolver. And it had, he couldn't afford the ivory handle. Yeah. So the guy selling the gun was like, all right, I'll give you the one with the ivory handle. He's like, this is going to be in a museum.
Is it?
Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it, yeah. But he shot him twice. And then he
How
yelled.
did he get close?
I think back then, he just walked up. There was no Secret Service. He just walked up behind him. And he yelled, like, I'm here for Arthur, who was the vice president.
Chester Arthur.
Yeah, he was like, Chester Arthur is the real president.
Because he's gonna make me ambassador.
He killed him. Garfield died 2 months later from these women.
So he's then the fourth guy. So he was the second guy to get killed in office.
Yes. This is after Lincoln.
Yep. Second guy to get killed in office. Okay.
Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884.
4 Spartans remain.
Now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan. Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely engaged in the press. One thing was he married a 21-year-old. Ow! Yeah, pretty good. Then he won the popular vote and lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years.
Yeah.
Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison.
She's still around, probably.
Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did the office every day.
Just go upstairs.
Yeah.
It didn't say showdown.
Okay, so him and
So this is still just a run of horrific presidents.
Stinks. All
that
these
are
guys
just
stink.
destroying.
And we're
the
marching through the late 1800s.
1893, Cleveland gets reelected.
Yeah.
People liked his hot daughter, and now their new daughter, or his hot bride.
Wife, yeah.
And now their new daughter, Baby Ruth.
Okay.
You know the candy bar?
Yeah, but isn't that
Named
Babe
it?
Ruth?
No.
That's
I think
not
it's
Babe
named
Ruth?
after their daughter.
You don't think it's named after Babe Ruth?
You gotta look that up.
Feels closer to true. Did they even have candy bars back then?
Look, man.
You know,
Don't punch
Mounds.
holes in
You know
this.
who Mounds was named after?
Ew.
Your mother's cunt.
I have a feeling. I have a strong feeling. What?
The candy bar was named after Ruth Cleveland.
I like that.
Took place in
Okay,
1921.
so you can check Mounds.
Okay.
Check Mounds.
See if Mounds was named after my mother's cunt.
Okay.
I mean, it's just sad.
What if it says Mrs.
Shane.
What if it says Mrs. CK? What if there's a twist?
Maybe I'm projecting. Could be.
That gets it. All right, but these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 18%.
Right. Yeah.
Great. There's a depression. McKinley comes into office 1897. He did his campaign entirely from his front porch in Ohio.
Yes.
Which is pretty funny.
And he's the first Ohio guy, isn't he?
Grant.
I think he's.
What was
Grant
Grant?
is from Ohio. That's right. But there was like a run of Ohio
Yeah,
guys.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
straight through, but there was a lot of Ohio dudes.
All these guys.
Okay,
Cleveland,
so
Harrison, yeah.
McKinley's from Ohio.
He was the last president who served in the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to. His whole thing was cultivating good press. He was the first guy that seemed to master that.
Yeah.
He understood it because Cleveland before him fucking hated it.
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only guy that I.
Well, this is good,
something
though.
important to say about McKinley? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he started in 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was open. Cuban rebels. He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major leaders were like, we got to go to war. So he sent the USS Maine to port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded war with Spain. That's where remember the name, all that shit comes from. McKinley created the Situation Room in the White House. That was pretty tight, so that they could. Huh? It's exciting stuff. This is a 10-week war.
Yeah.
The U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico in the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election, this time with his vice president, Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes.
And we can get into Teddy, dude.
So Teddy, fascinating thing about Teddy. First of all, Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And the doctor told his father, he's got to stay in bed, and he'll probably die in his teens.
Yeah.
So he told him, well, they weren't born with the bodies, so they'll have to make them. And Teddy just became insane.
Yeah.
Walked up the Matterhorn, just walked up it.
Dude.
He would fall and sing and just do anything.
Yeah, he was kind of terrifying.
He was, and he was kind of an animal.
Yeah.
But also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy that they did like caricatures of. Like, he saw, because he had his crazy big teeth and his glasses. So he was the first guy that they drew like this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought, that's cool because they're thinking about me. The fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon. I'm something above them, you know. And he liked it, so he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being a sergeant. He liked being number 2. So, like, they asked him to run New York City Police Department, and he became a commissioned intelligence commission. So he was like number 2, but he ran everything from that number 2 position. And number 1 is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started. I don't know. I'm uneducated. I read this long time ago, but I think he invented the police academy. Because New York City.
Whoa. Oh, he had a grapple.
New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a
It's
family.
the only thing he could have had to
to
get to me.
somebody. Because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in the uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys.
This kid's pretty good.
And they didn't do it. They never stopped crime.
Yeah.
And they just get paid to protect one
You're a loser,
gang or
dude.
the other in New York City. And they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's an age restriction, you can't be old. He said you have to be in shape, you have to go to an academy, and you have to train to be a cop, you have to be taught, you have to have an education, you get taught lots of things in the academy. It's a school. And so he started that. The police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department to the point, and this is where he was better than other politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sunday. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on a Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this.
Yeah.
And they ran him out of town on rail. And he was fired. But to him, it was like, Teddy would do everything until he was despised. Like, he would go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not everybody loves Teddy.
Yeah.
So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in this fucking hut until Buffalo. And then they went and people would send emissaries and say, please run in this please run this company, please run this company. They would always say no. And then they came to him and asked him to run the U.S. Navy. He did a similar thing to the United States Navy, which I think less.
Yeah. He was obsessed with the war in 1812. I think he wrote a book.
Yeah.
What was how we could have won that quickly. We almost lost it because we didn't have a Navy ready. And his whole thing was we need to have a huge Navy.
That's right.
Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think either West Point or the Naval Academy, where he was like, probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. England's failing. There needs to be one leader.
Someone needs to be
somebody in the world.
Naval power.
Yeah.
He did 2 things that have lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but 2 are the National Park System.
Yeah.
No one even thought of that. That didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because of him. They still don't have it in the Amazon. They don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare, because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone just wishes they wouldn't. So Teddy did that, and he made us a naval power. And then he was vice president. He didn't want it. He was like drafted into running for vice president.
Let's talk about this was him in the Spanish War.
Yes.
The at what's it called? Hill.
Fucking San Juan. Yeah. And he went over. Yeah. He went over the hill.
Why didn't
he got everybody killed?
throw the grenade first?
What was cool was the Rough Riders were cool. It was all Old West guys.
Yes.
Like gunslingers, buffalo hunters, Native Americans, mixed with New York Irish cops. Like just the nastiest fucking dudes.
Well,
And
back
there'd be
then you could
Rockefellers.
make like a platoon.
Yeah.
Like you could tell the army, like, I'm gonna make a platoon.
Yeah, he just bought a
I bought some guys. I brought some guys, and we call ourselves the Rough Riders. And the army's like, okay, you're part of the army.
He was 40.
Yes.
And he had a family. He had a sick wife and a family, and they were like, "What are you doing? Why the fuck would you be going to war?"
Yes.
And he's like, "Because he wanted to go to war."
He was also
Yeah.
a rich patriarch. In Oyster Bay, he had this beautiful house, a big family. He was responsible to a lot of people.
Yeah.
He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very sprawling family.
His brother's great.
Teddy
His brother's
Brother,
the
yes.
one I kind of was like. So in the beginning,
What was
they
his
talked
brother's
about-
name?
I don't remember.
Was it Kermit? Was it another Kermit?
Kermit might be a
Kermit was
son.
his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son, Kermit. They
He-
went on little rowboats up the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president twice. This is in retirement. Like he named certain tracts of the Amazon River.
He was
And
great.
He was fucking nuts. So wait. So then when he was,
his brother was a drunk who, Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the good son.
Right.
But he got like he just did what anybody did.
number one always fucks up. Again, that's why Teddy was the number 2 son.
Yeah.
It's like Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy, his brother.
I have 4 kills.
Donald Trump. Didn't he have an older brother?
He had brother John,
who drank himself.
Yes, that's what older brothers do.
Roosevelt.
Jimmy Carter's brother Billy drank himself to death.
Didn't Clinton have one?
Roger Clinton was younger than him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, a lot of these guys have older brothers who just couldn't make it.
But it's funny how his brother ended up in like a mental hospital in like Paris. According to this documentary, he was drinking like 6 bottles of brandy a day.
He was just not bad.
And then the way he
life.
died.
Previously on F***Biz.
Hello and welcome to the 101st episode of the F***Face Podcast. My name is Jeff Ramsey, and with me, as always, Andrew Panton, way up there in Canada, and everybody's favorite British wanker, Gavin Free, from Oxfordshire via Austin, Texas.
Thank you.
How are you doing, fellas?
I'm
good. Reluctantly good.
Andrew was saying lactating women kinks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not cakes.
I thought he was saying cakes.
Yeah, I mean, it was clear after the fact, but I also was I completely botched that. It was a mess. I don't know if we necessarily need to revisit the lactating.
That was when you went in you were in the bunker for half.
Yeah, like I just botched that immediately, and I was in my own head for the rest of that episode.
So I thought you said cakes, and then I'm talking about like using tit milk to make a cake, and then then you said your mum was talking about sugar cookies, so I thought we were still on the same page.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I think a part of the problem is that we only hear each other over Discord, so it sort of sounds like we're all playing Among Us at the time. But even in when I was proofing it, I still didn't understand what you said.
That's fair.
What's he on about?
I was trying to remember in the moment what I thought, because cakes makes sense to me.
I guess I
I
missed.
feel like maybe I also thought cakes.
Yeah, it wasn't until the comment leavers were like, Gavin's an idiot. I was like, oh. It still doesn't
to be
make a
fair,
ton of
you
sense.
are.
But yeah, that's fair.
It was, from my perspective, I started out and I immediately fucked it up in the order I wanted to do it. And I'm like, I just need anyone who wants to play ball with me right now, I'll take it. And you going in the dessert category was like being thrown a life preserver. And I'm like, I'll just take whatever we can get. We'll go in this angle. We got to figure a way through this because I fucked this immediately.
So, what do you guys want to talk about today? I got nothing.
Speaking of fuck this, transition immediately to fuck up that happened. We want to?
Oh yeah, fucking baseballs. All right, let's get into the fucking baseballs. I'd love to get Eric involved in this as well.
What happened?
I'll tell you. I'll break it down what happened. Rooster Teeth is a many-headed monster. We are a company of hundreds and hundreds of people. And so one of the frustrating things about being an on-camera talent from time to time is that when a mistake is made behind the scenes or there's an issue behind the scenes, the talent wears it. So what happened was we released about 200 baseballs that we had hit or at least swung at. You know the whole saga. But now they're all gone. Please stop looking for them. Don't go there. It is just a haven for snakes. We've accounted for every baseball. There are 0 more baseballs. We've checked serial numbers. They're all accounted for. 100% of them have been recovered. Please do not look for more baseballs. Okay, so what happened was we wanted to allow people the opportunity to buy them. We knew that there'd be more people wanting to buy them than we had to sell, and so you try to be as precise as possible. That's what we said. At 10 a.m. Central Time on whatever day it was, we're going to release the balls. And then everybody who wants one can come in, and it's kind of like a melee, I understand, but like people that want it can all like go there at the same time and you know, try their luck. Recognizing that we don't have enough balls for everyone, unfortunately. But you know, I only got there was only so much juice in my arms.
There's a physical cost to this item. Like, it makes complete sense that it would be a limited amount.
A huge physical cost. It cost me overall about 3 weeks of pain.
Cost me a tripod.
Cost Gavin a tripod. Yeah. So it cost him some financial pain. So what happens is we're not the ones that actually take the balls and put them up on the store. They have to go to our shipping company, and then they have to
God damn it, he's
onboard
invisible
them
now.
and put them into the inventory system, and then they have to be wrapped and all that stuff. And while that's going on, they have to be added into our web store via. And this is something I used to do for the first about the first 8 years of the company. I ran the store by myself. So I understand how and how much more work it is behind the scenes than you may realize. It sounds like you just hit a button and you go, but it's really not that simple. There's a lot of linking and branching and a lot of I's that got to be dotted and T's that got to be crossed. And so we asked them to be put up at 10 a.m. The person who ended up putting them in was not the person we told. Information gets passed down. It's a bit of a game of telephone from time to time, you know, a little Purple Monkey dishwasher in there. What essentially happened was the process, it's not an exact process. It takes anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes to add them to all the places that they need to be and then publish it to the store and so that they go live. So the person that does it, they typically start about 9:45. And because, you know, that gives them a good 15 minutes to work with, and then they just get it as close to in this instance, to 10 a.m. as possible. What happened in this instance is the process went faster than normal. And so, not realizing that we had a hard time, that department, they just published them early, right? Which is like, if you think about it, if you're just a person whose job is to do that, you're like, man, I put them out 5 minutes early, then they're just there waiting for you when you show up. I don't think they understood the demand. And so by about 9:50, all of the balls had been sold. So the people who showed up early were rewarded by getting the balls because they showed up early and were like spam and refresh. So those people were those early birds. They caught those worms. They got those little ball worms. And then the people who dutifully showed up at 10 a.m. when we told them to were like, what do you mean they're sold out? What the fuck? And they didn't get it. And they were understandably, justifiably upset, as were we. We were upset because people were upset. We wanted to give everybody a fair shot at getting the ball, and we felt like, through no intentional fault of anybody's own, that we didn't deliver on that. And so we were gutted and frustrated, and as I know the e-com department that runs this on the back end, they were also disappointed. Now, my solution to this going forward, and I have talked about this a little bit with, actually at length with Eric. By the way, you guys want to see a producer producing in action? Eric was on the ball that day. He was all over this all day long. Shout out and major kudos to Eric for doing a hell of a job trying to get to the bottom of this and get it all.
Dude, leave me the fuck alone, bro.
Make sure it doesn't happen again. My solution would be just to never announce an exact time again, because we fucked it up twice.
Doodly doo doo doo. Doo 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 doo.
And I don't want to do. I don't want to do that again.
No,
Can't do it.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When things like this happen, I don't really care why these things happen. It's upsetting, but what are you gonna do? Belabor the point? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All I want to know is, are we capable of doing the thing that we initially set out to do, going forward? So I had a lot of conversations with a lot of people in the ecom team, and I was assured that going forward, when we have these down to the minute drops, we can do them. I found out what the limitations are. I found out what the problems or what the hiccups would be. But I was assured that when we going forward, if we wanted to do this stuff for down to the minute stuff, what happened this time won't happen again, and we can do it too.
Hello.
We are on, dude.
Welcome to the Patreon.
Wow, what an experience, dude.
The Josh Adam Myers episode? Yeah. That was a great experience.
That was fantastic.
There's no way people can see our ass.
What? You don't think so?
Really?
I'll be pissed if they did.
I keep mine hidden. I'm not boastful.
Dude, we're like Charlemagne, dude. We gave it to ourselves. Take the crown, put it on our heads.
I thought you were talking about Charlemagne the God.
No, dude.
You're talking about the Holy Roman Emperor?
Yeah. The
first Holy Roman Emperor?
Crowned
Charlemagne?
himself.
In 800? In the year 800? I think it was 800. Maybe it was 500. It should have been 800.
Charlemagne? I'm thinking that's 800 moves.
It's either 8 or 500.
Sometime during the Axial
I think
Age,
it's 8.
for sure.
I think it's 800.
Right at the end, yeah. You think Charlemagne?
It's 800. The year 800
Yeah,
is
dude.
when he named himself the Holy Roman Emperor. Right? How about you say yes?
Dude,
I'm telling you, man.
I was thinking today, dude, again, it's you know, I'm always kind of thinking in terms of like how do we like solve all the problems going on right now, and it's like, I think it's going to come back around. But like, you know, how fashion kind of circulates and kind of goes around. What I'm saying is, yeah, like things that are
Who are you
cool.
talking to about fashion?
Well, hear me out. I think the day's coming when young black kids are going to pull their pants up high, like real. I think they got traumatized by Urkel. I think that was like, dude. I'm telling you, man, that would just be so sick. If like young black kids started rocking like 1950s Italians and just had like their pants up to like over their belly buttons, dude. First of all, everyone would start doing it, which is like I want to start. Like I was walking today, like dude, I want to hike. I want to hike my pants, dude. I want to hike my pants so high.
Yeah, dude. You're getting older. You got a kid. Yeah. Hiking your pants is just such a fucking like, fuck you. I am in control.
It feels so
I don't fucking listen to anybody.
Dude, hike them up. Hike your pants a little.
Yeah,
it feels
can't.
fucking.
I'm not doing that.
It feels good, dude. It's first of all, when you hike, you get maximum fucking bird exposure.
True.
So 'cause I was like, dude, I see people with their pants hiked. I'm like, do you just every year that goes by, like a tree ring, you just slowly just pop them up a little, and you're like,
yeah. It's
I mean,
it's a way for old men to. It's defiance.
True.
So
Yeah.
you think I'm here to look cool? I'm here to work and die. Give me that cell phone clip. Give me a 15-pound fucking landline on my waist.
That's probably why you gotta hike the pants.
Yeah, you gotta hold it up.
Because the Nextel eventually just fucking rides your dunks down. But yeah, I was like, man, that's gonna be fun. 'Cause I was really like, it's coming. Maybe 10, 15 years, they're gonna have their trousers hiked high as hell.
Yeah, we are seeing. You're right. We're seeing an influx of black dorks already.
Yeah.
And I remember we talked about it 3-4 years ago. Had no idea it was going to be this massive of a rise.
True.
They're coming out. They're coming out in record numbers.
Yeah, for real.
You know how they like the statistic? What's it like? 13% of the population is black.
Well, first of all, that's a lie.
And it is a lie. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
And I believe that's because they're not counting in the census.
How did he
black
kill me?
votes, which make up another 8 to 10%.
You think they're in the basement when the census man
I think
comes?
for some reason when the census man comes, they're like, fill this out. Are you African American? And they're like, well, I have anime on. And they're like, not black.
You think
other.
you think they just
other.
They don't see him. They're just like
other. Yeah, that's why that conspiracy exists, because there are more black people.
Yeah, and I think I've heard that conspiracy is they just want to convince black people there's not a lot. Like really, there's only one of us, dude.
Yeah.
I'm saying us too.
I'm saying us too.
That's
I'm
awesome.
part of the Rainbow Coalition, Fred Hampton,
Me
because
too.
they made me Black Panther Party. Dude,
Which was Fred Hampton?
the best?
Who was the guy? I forget his name.
Except when you find out he was 21, and then you're like, ah, damn it.
Who was the guy
This
in
guy
the
was like-
Adam Curtis doc who like the day he snuck in? He didn't sneak in, but the day before Martin he came out.
Carmichael.
Fuck Carmichael.
Carmichael
Rules,
did when
dude.
we started getting the black power going.
guy
And he's like, by the time
rules.
Dr. King came back, it was too late.
Too late.
He already fired him up.
Fired everybody up.
It was
dude.
funny because I was watching that clip of the.
What
Black
just
Power
happened?
chants, and then there's like, obviously there's white people. There's always white people at these rallies.
Yeah.
That had to be the first one that they were like, like, go ahead and head out.
I saw a couple of them like.
Yeah, well, you got to.
Yeah, true.
You can't be like, well, hold on a minute.
You just a couple people.
It's bad when you guys are racist too. You can't fight fire with fire. Don't do it.
Yeah, man, that was gonna be pumped up. Just when they did this one thing of like him talking, they're going. They're playing the that one like song behind
Yeah.
him. That was pretty
Dude,
cool.
I know our listeners. There's gonna be a lot of listeners that are upset that I'm also now a revolutionary.
True.
They're gonna be upset. They're gonna come at me the way they did with the Comey show, and they're like, "That show is gay. You're
They're
wrong."
gonna watch Curtis. Bro.
I know that
Tell him.
Judas and the Black Messiah fucking ruled.
Yeah.
The Curtis doc fucking ruled. And if you don't like it, I got two words. Fucking suck it, dude.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because I am now a revolutionary.
I mean, you
I watched
can't-
that and then Adam Curtis. I was full revolutionary.
That's what it is, dude. I mean, how about the one guy going to jail and then coming out and like finding out there had been 5 revolutions and all of them failed.
Yeah.
Failed big, dude. He crushes the libs, dude. He comes out and the dude Michael X, one of my personal spirit mentors, dude, comes out of jail and it's just like rec centers with these with white kids. Dude, that was a wicked scene. For the SJW, white kids are really the holders of the status quo. Like they're the
Yeah.
ones protecting all like the power that they've gotten from their parents, but they're just like, no, we're good and we're doing it. It's like, ooh. Shut down my college. It's fucking weird.
Which is exactly why when they say stuff and do stuff like that, I'm fuming.
Yeah, exactly.
And people are like, what are you mad at? I'm like, I don't know. But I know something's wrong about this.
Called it, dude. They're the guardians of the aristocracy.
They certainly are.
Some sick game of morals, dude. They don't. Dude, it's like, give up the cash. Give up the cash, bro. Fork.
I'm for the people.
Fork it up, dude.
I'll die for the people.
That little check you get from grandma.
Yeah.
Couple bucks
Fork that
from
over.
grandma.
Fork that over. Mommy and daddy send me some checks. Fork.
Maybe you can't be an artist. Grandma's paying, so you can be an artist.
Yeah. Not
Maybe
everybody can
part
be an
with the
artist.
bucks.
Yeah.
Maybe part with the bucks. Don't be a laborer.
Become a laborer.
Become a laborer.
We need more laborers.
We need way more.
We absolutely need laborers. We're gonna get crushed. Everybody's trying to be cool. Everybody can't be Mr. Cool, man.
I know.
There's only so many revolutionaries. Good God. What a buffoon I've become. What an absolute mumbling,
Nah, this is
bumbling idiot I've become.
Dark night of the soul that it goes with every revolutionary, dude. You're losing faith in the cause.
I am the cause. I'm the people. God, fired me up, dude.
Dude, I'm still thinking about when we were talking on the one with the coffee makers exploding. If you got into like corporate espionage and like you just like you like gifted them to your rivals, just some lady with like a flashy dress shirt just being like,
Just a coffee pot exploding, shards.
just some like receptionist going down
Oh.
at Johnson & Johnson.
Some beautiful baby getting scarred.
Oh.
I could never stand for that.
You'd have to go back.
I would mend
You'd
her.
have to put on the suit and
I'd
tie.
mend her wings, dude.
You'd have to.
A scarred baby?
I'm thinking of like a big like
burly.
Catholic school 3rd grade teacher, like glasses and just like
Fucking with a pressure cooker.
It's French vanilla. Let's tell him it's French vanilla.
I was talking to Josh last night about going on like a date. He was like, "I love sports." we were high on drugs, and he was like, "I just love sports, man. I want to play sports all the time." And I was like, "Dude, none of us can play sports anymore." And he was like, "I went on a first date with this girl. We played tennis." And I was like, in my head, I was just imagining just blowing your knee out on a first date, trying to play tennis, and just be like, "Ah!" like a torn ACL.
Oh, fuck. I swear to God, that dude's like a magic 8 ball. You just shake him and he
Oh,
says
my
the
God.
funniest, most like least suspected thing. It's just him being like, "I just want to play sports, man."
Dude, him,
Like, what?
he's like, "Where you been, man?" Because I was hiding from all this. There's so much of that. I was just sitting in the back. Me and Lemaire were having great heart-to-hearts. Nice. That was sweet.
Really?
I love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Yeah, I love you. I say a lot of mean junk. Yeah, I joke around. You know I love you.
I do.
Yeah, good.
Damn, dude, you guys
Yeah.
mollied up and fucking.
Who just
Yeah,
shot
together,
me,
we
bro?
joined forces.
Hell yeah, dude.
That was big
Pumps
for
me
his.
up.
Yeah, that was good.
Why you think the ice hardened underneath him? Thin ice.
Oh yeah.
We just fucking.
I could never shit ball. Put that berg out. I could never.
Maintain viability.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really nice.
So
Yeah.
did you leave with Shane when Shane left away?
No. At night?
What do you mean?
No, I'm not. Come on, I'm not saying you guys are gay. I'm saying.
It's the Rainbow Coalition, dude. It's the whites and the blacks coming together because
True.
the system doesn't want us to. The system begs
True
us
that.
not to come together.
Dude, big time. No, last night when you were hiding from the evil hippies, where'd you guys commune?
The greener.
Oh, so it was the evil hippies were there.
The evil hippies were in the show.
So dumb.
In my quarters, chugging Fijis. That's the best part of it. I'm not hungover. Thank
it's
Christ, dude.
pretty nice.
Everybody talks about. Listen, I'm not gonna start like taking Molly all the time.
Yeah.
I've done it twice though in 2 weeks. That's gotta chill. And then, everybody talks about like a MDMA hangover.
Yeah.
Of like the serotonin and all that. It's not even close to alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol is so bad.
Yeah, I mean it's a
Alcohol,
flammable.
and if you do cocaine. Oh my God.
Yeah, drinking.
It's like
you're doing coke to drink more.
Oh
It's
my
like,
God.
what a
dude.
bad
It is
idea.
truly like depths of hell.
Yeah.
Especially I'm 33.
Yeah, dude.
Can't be.
I mean,
fooling.
it's like alcohol, and especially beer. It's like flammable liquid with a ton of carbs.
It's crazy.
You drink that, and you're
Just
like,
waking
I don't
up,
feel
your
so well.
Heart's pounding. You're like, oh
yeah,
fuck,
man,
dude.
Oh, the worst. I swear.
It's like I gotta talk to Michaela Pearson. God damn it! Don't be gay. Don't be gay. Don't be gay.
That was so much fun.
I think it was good. I think it was funny. You and me fucking around was funny, but like I get very uncomfortable when I talk seriously about
Yeah.
cancel culture or anything like that. I get very uncomfortable even.
Yeah, the thing that helps me is I always just think about what my intention was.
Here's my last one's for you. Then I'm going to I love you. I gotta go.
Yeah.
one question.
Otherwise, you're gonna
One
take
question.
yourself out forever.
Of
being
course.
Like, did I do this thing?
Of course.
I check my intentions. I go, I was well intentioned. Just keep it pushing.
I like that. That's nice.
Otherwise, it's just like fucking freak yourself out constantly.
Mm-hmm.
How did
And
that thing come off?
usually it's the alcohol hangover that's
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, the worst is when you're hungover, you wake up, and you haven't opened your eyes yet, and you go like, maybe I'm not that hungover, and you open them, and you
Yeah.
go, ah, and the
Yeah.
light hits you, and you're just like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, alcohol is vicious, dude.
Alcohol is
Dude,
vicious.
he was talking about the,
But boy, does it rock.
dude, I just, for some reason, it's like, I have to, there's a rate of, I have to drink at a certain rate. If I drink slow, I just slowly just like start
Yeah,
to
you
shut
get
down,
tired.
and I just go like,
Yeah.
"Ugh." You gotta kind of like get a bunch in you at once.
Yeah.
You have to binge drink, otherwise it's like drinking moderately kind of stinks. Like, it's
Yeah, I
not
don't know.
I've
See-
done it. I've had a glass of wine.
Well, I
whatever.
guess I would consider drinking moderately, literally binge drinking.
Yeah, I get 8
like textbook binge drinking. I'm like, you just fucking chug a 6-pack in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Then you're fine.
Like if you go out and have a big dinner and have like a drink or two, like I've done that, and that
can be
fine.
fun.
It's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
You go out and have, that
Get
can
a
be
little
nice.
loose towards the end of dinner. You say something you shouldn't.
Start
have.
getting a little loopy towards the end. Yeah, and everyone's just like, oh, that was all right. That is kind of fine. It's just like, and you've said this before too. It's just like, but like hanging in your house. I remember I went on a date like a long time ago. And this girl just like made us whiskeys. We just like watched.
I hate it.
We just like watched like some shitty show like NCIS. No, actually we watched a sick ass movie. It was Mad Max Fury Road. Pretty tight. But
Drinking whiskey.
Just like drank whiskeys,
Yeah.
and I was just like, the whole time just like, ugh.
Yeah, I need, if I'm drinking, I need like 5 to 6 days off in between.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just torture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tony, you should get into microdosing mushrooms.
Perhaps.
Great, dude. It's a great one. It's
We'll
dude. I'm back on my microdosing bullshit. It's nice. I'm on mushroom. 2021's Mushroom Quest. I'm going back in. I'm doing
2021 for me has been Molly Quest.
Molly Quest. Is pretty tight,
Molly
dude.
Quest rules.
You and Lemaire love each other?
Yeah, I love Lemaire.
Dude, they're using MDMA for a ton of stuff right now.
Yeah.
So a lot of the people who do the guided mushroom stuff try to get you to do. They try to get you to do like.
Draw him every week. You've never met him before. Like drawing him style-wise, is it like easy to do? I mean, it seems pretty easy, right?
Well, it's hard to find a reference photo that he's not sucking face on.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the great Hans Kim, everybody.
you.
And that's how it begins. It has indeed begun. You are at the #1 live podcast in the world, and it just so happens to be here in Austin, Texas. I'm going to pull a name out of the bucket for the first time here tonight. Could be a complete stranger. Could be somebody's first time ever on the show. Might be their first time doing stand-up. Might be great. Might get crazy. They're going to do 60 seconds, and then we interview them. You guys ready for this shit? All right. Your first bucket pull goes by the name of Noah Shark Robertson. Here we go. Oh, wow. He's right there.
Kill Tony! Let's fucking party. I'm gonna get naked and fight somebody tonight. Probably this guy. I'm sorry, that's just the Viking in me coming out. Nobody makes it to Valhalla unless they die in battle, am I right? Yeah, this chick knows what I'm talking about. So I turned 38 this year, and my coping mechanisms are fucked. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. My ex-fiance cheated on me with a married man, and then she stole my car. Yeah, I had the same reaction. Meh. A guy cut me off on the Taco Bell drive-thru the other night, and I was like, why does God hate me? True story. Anybody have any crazy exes in here? Crazy ex-girlfriends? Crazy ex-boyfriends? Yes, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. I had a girlfriend that would search my bed for other women's hairs. And whenever she didn't find anything, she came at me like, oh, hell nah, who are these bald-headed bitches you been fucking? All right, that's all I got.
Wow. I didn't see that one coming. Obviously, hopefully it was a black girl that you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.